Holiday parades are among the last few traditions that still feel untouched by time. Pure, nostalgic, and filled with a rare kind of innocence. They ask little of us, just to show up, smile, wave, and feel part of something bigger. Kids line the streets, waving miniature flags. Parents snap pictures. Brass bands fill the air with patriotic music, and for a few hours, it feels like the world pauses. No one ever attends a parade expecting tragedy. But sometimes, in the middle of joy, the unimaginable happens. And when it does, it leaves a wound so deep, it echoes far beyond the day itself. On May 26th, 2025, the city of Greene, Ohio, joined countless other towns across America to honor fallen military heroes on Memorial Day. What was meant to be a day of remembrance and unity would, in mere moments, become a community's worst nightmare. In Greene, the Memorial Day Parade is cherished. It brings together families, local businesses, schools, and community groups. Children wave to the crowd, floats pass with bright colors and proud messages, and for most, it's a day to celebrate life and honor sacrifice. For 13-year-old Matthew Schultz, it was exactly that. A day of excitement, laughter, and the kind of energy only a kid with a bright spirit can bring. Matthew was a student at Greene Middle School, a boy with boundless enthusiasm and a big heart. He loved Star Wars, fruit snacks, and anything that allowed him to move, jump, or climb. He was adventurous, kind, and full of life. That spirit made him a natural at Air Ninja Gym, a local fitness center for kids inspired by the TV show American Ninja Warrior. Matthew was strong, athletic, and fearless, always eager to take on the next obstacle, on the course or in life. That morning, Matthew was riding on Air Ninja Gym's float, a decorated flatbed trailer hitched to a pickup truck. The trailer had fencing, colorful designs, and smiling kids waving to the crowd. It was a moment of pride for every parent watching, a moment of fun for the kids on board. But in one single second, everything changed. Somewhere along the parade route, Matthew either lost his balance or stepped too close to the trailer's edge. Witnesses say he fell. What happened next is every parent's nightmare made real. Before anyone could react, the rear wheels of the trailer, massive, heavy, unforgiving, rolled over him. There was no time to stop, no way to undo what had just happened. Onlookers screamed. Some ran to help. Emergency services were called immediately, and Matthew was rushed to Akron Children's Hospital. But the injuries were catastrophic. Despite every effort made by first responders and doctors, Matthew was pronounced dead just minutes after arriving. The celebration was instantly drowned in grief. 1,000 cheerful faces turned to expressions of horror. The music stopped, and in its place, silence. A silence so heavy, it seemed to crush the air out of the day. The news spread quickly. Some had seen it happen, others heard about it moments later, but by the end of the day, the entire city of Greene was united in heartbreak. The school district released a statement offering their condolences and announcing that grief counselors would be made available. Vigils were organized. A GoFundMe page was created to help the Schultz family with post-life expenses. Messages of love and sorrow poured in from across the country. The Air Ninja Gym, shattered by the loss of one of their own, asked for privacy as they mourned. As of this writing, the investigation is ongoing. It's still unclear what safety measures were in place or exactly what went wrong. But the truth is, no matter what conclusions are drawn, none of them will bring Matthew back. What was lost in that moment can't be calculated. A boy's future, a family's center, a community's peace. There is something unbearably cruel about the innocence of it all. A 13-year-old boy full of dreams, waving to a crowd with a grin on his face. No one could have imagined that it would be his final wave, that this parade, meant to honor those who had passed, would end in claiming someone so young. It's too soon for answers, too soon for healing. Right now, there is only space for grief and the impossible task of trying to make sense of the senseless. Matthew Schultz should still be here, laughing, running, dreaming. He was a child at the beginning of everything, and in an instant, everything ended. There's no handbook for how to carry this kind of sorrow, no guide for a town grappling with such a loss. What happened to Matthew wasn't just tragic, it was brutally unfair in ways words can barely express. And yet it reminds us of a harsh truth, that even the happiest moments are not immune to the unexpected. Life, even at its brightest, can shift without warning, without mercy. And sometimes it leaves behind a silence that speaks louder than anything else ever could.
I never imagined my love for my child would lead me to make the most painful call of my life, one that might shatter her world forever. But when the choice is between protecting your own daughter and saving an innocent baby, sometimes there's no way to win. I never thought I'd be the kind of father who would call CPS on his own daughter, and yet here I am. She's only 15, still a child herself, and now she's facing the possibility of losing custody of her 2-month-old son, my grandson, and I'm the one who set everything into motion. When she first told us she was pregnant, I was blindsided. I didn't handle it well. In fact, I handled it terribly. I told her she had 3 choices: abortion, adoption, or raising the baby entirely on her own. It wasn't cruelty, it was survival. My wife and I were already stretched too thin. She hasn't worked in over a decade because of a disability, and her small check barely makes a dent in our bills. I work long hours. We had just sold her car and even downsized our home to make ends meet. Raising a newborn under those circumstances felt impossible. I was terrified for her, for us, for the baby. But my daughter insisted she was keeping the baby. While it wasn't ideal, we didn't abandon her. My wife made sure she had proper prenatal care, access to doctors' appointments, everything she needed. But she was overwhelmed. 5 months into her pregnancy, the baby's father vanished, moved out of state without telling her. She found out from a Facebook post, then got blocked by his entire family. It was just the 3 of us in a small house trying to survive. I told her again I'd be a grandfather, not a stand-in parent. If she couldn't provide, I'd have to step in, and not in the way she would want. When the baby arrived, things unraveled quickly. She didn't go back to school, she dropped out. She took a part-time job, but refused to pursue her GED, even when I offered to pay for it. She began relying on my wife as a live-in babysitter. Then the neglect started. Feedings were missed, sometimes because she forgot, sometimes because she slept through them. Her milk supply dipped because she stopped pumping, and she ignored it until she developed mastitis. Diapers were changed infrequently, not out of malice, but because she tried to make a single pack last as long as possible. Money was tight, but it was the baby who suffered. My wife and I quietly filled the gaps: formula, diapers, making sure he gained weight, but the gaps kept growing. She wasn't coping. She wasn't managing. She was neck-deep in responsibilities she couldn't handle, and sometimes she seemed checked out entirely. It wasn't intentional abuse, but it was neglect, constant, dangerous. I had warned her if she couldn't step up, I would call Child Protective Services. And I did. Not out of anger, not to punish her, but because that baby didn't ask to be born into this. He deserved better than a 15-year-old who couldn't meet his basic needs, no matter how much she loved him. My wife supported my decision. My daughter hates me for it. She sees it as betrayal, and maybe, in a way, it is. There's an open case now. CPS has been visiting, and they're close to recommending removal. My daughter may lose her son, and I'm the one who lit the fuse. It's the kind of choice you pray you'll never have to make, protecting one child by hurting another. And that's what this feels like. Like I've destroyed the only support system my daughter had left. Like I've confirmed her deepest fear that no one believes in her. But I do believe in her. I believe she can grow and that one day she'll be the mother she wants to be. But right now, she can't. She's a child with a child, and love, as much as she has, is not enough. People will judge me. Say I failed as a parent long before this moment. Maybe I did. Maybe I should have pushed harder, stepped in sooner. But I never let that baby suffer, and I never abandoned my daughter. We stood by her through her pregnancy, helped her adjust to the life she chose. But there comes a moment when tough love isn't enough, when someone has to act in the interest of the child who can't speak for themselves. So I made the call. Now I live with it. Not proud, not looking for applause, just trying to be honest. It's easy to say what you do until it's your daughter on the line, until it's you holding your hungry grandson in the middle of the night because his mother is asleep again, until it's you counting diapers and watching a child try to parent another child. This isn't the life I wanted for her, and it's not the start I wanted for him, but I couldn't keep pretending it was okay, not until something irreversible happened. So now I wait, guilty, heartbroken, wondering if I did the right thing. Because I didn't just call CPS on a stranger. I called them on my little girl. And no matter what happens next, neither of us will ever forget it.
They say curiosity can be dangerous, but no one warns you how quietly it can pull you into something you never meant to start. I wasn't looking to break the law. I wasn't chasing quick cash. I just wanted answers. It all began because I asked too many questions. I've always been the kind of person who wants to know how things work, machines, systems, especially anything involving money. Vending machines, ATMs, the slots in Vegas. I loved the cleverness behind them. One day, I spoke with someone who knew a little about coin-operated machines. They explained how the mechanisms check the size, weight, and even magnetic properties of coins. Simple, but smart. Then I wondered, what about paper bills? When I asked, the guy's expression changed. They don't like to share that. If you knew, you could probably fool them. That sentence was the spark. I wasn't planning fraud, not really. It felt like a puzzle. Could I trick a machine just once into thinking it had been fed a real bill? In the year 2000, there was no YouTube, no easy guide. I had to figure it out myself. I scanned real Canadian bills on my old flatbed scanner, printed both sides, glued them together, and cut them to size. They looked awful. Cheap paper, bad colors, crooked alignment. But maybe machines wouldn't care. One night, I tested my $5 fake at an old change machine in a car wash. It spat it out. I smoothed a bent corner, flipped it, and tried again. 20 quarters clattered into the tray. I froze, half expecting a cop to leap from the shadows. No one came. The $10 worked too. The $20 didn't. I should have stopped there. Instead, I told a friend. In minutes, we were partners in crime. Laundromats, car washes, anywhere with outdated machines, we hit them all. We set rules. Never visit the same place twice in a week. Always wear hats. Never speak of it in public. Night after night, we made ugly little bills in my apartment. They kept working. Quarters piled up, jars under my sink, coffee cans in his mom's garage. Over time, we'd racked up at least $4,000 in coins. We got creative, using vending machines to buy snacks we sold at college, swapping arcade tokens for cash. But with every success, my anxiety grew. One night, after hitting 3 machines in a row, I saw a parked police cruiser. It didn't even move, but my chest felt like it would explode. I pulled over just to breathe. The next morning, I looked around. Coins everywhere, fake bills under my bed, and I realized I wasn't a criminal, but I was about to become one. I told my friend I was out. I shredded every fake bill and slowly spent the quarters over the next few years, giving handfuls to homeless people, feeding them into machines, anything to erase the evidence. To this day, I don't know why those machines accepted my bills. Maybe the tech was outdated. Maybe no one imagined someone stupid enough to try it with glue and a desktop printer. I got away clean. No arrests, no fines, just a heavy knot of guilt that took years to untangle. Now I live a normal life, but sometimes when I hear the metallic cascade of coins hitting a tray, I remember the night I fooled the system and how close I came to ruining everything over a pocketful of quarters. The day I learned something I was never meant to know about my mother. I never thought a single piece of paper could change the way I see someone I've loved my whole life. But it happened, and now I can't unsee it, can't unread it, can't give it back to the place it came from. It began on an ordinary afternoon, the kind you expect to forget by the next day. I was helping my mom with some spring cleaning at my parents' house. She was sorting clothes. I was in charge of a bin of old paperwork. It should have been nothing, until I saw it. At first, it was just a corner of a page sticking out from a folder. The title ended with the words, "As a rape survivor." My chest tightened. My hands went still. Every instinct told me to close the folder, slide it back, pretend I'd never seen it. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, and I gave in. I told myself it might not even be hers. Maybe it was about someone else. Maybe it was something she planned to share with us one day. Maybe it wasn't that bad. My mom has always been strong, full of light, the type to see good in people until they prove her wrong. She laughs easily. She remembers strangers' names. She makes you feel safe without trying. I forgot that she too had a life before me, shadows she never spoke of. So I opened it, and I fell. It wasn't a hazy, half-remembered college story. It wasn't a drunken mistake rewritten by regret. It was violence. The kind you hope only exists in the darkest corners of true crime podcasts, the kind people don't survive. She was 24. It was her birthday.
She came home to her apartment, and two armed men dragged her into the alley behind her building. They attacked her, brutally, simultaneously. She described the cold concrete pressing into her back, a knee driven into her chest to silence her screams, and the surreal sky above, the sound of cars passing just beyond the alley as if the world hadn't noticed she was being destroyed. I had to stop reading halfway through, sick to my stomach, but she didn't stop writing. She wrote about the aftermath, the boyfriend who left her immediately, the friends who vanished, the people who questioned her clothes and her sobriety, the way some men couldn't look at her anymore while others looked too long. And yet she wrote without bitterness. She didn't center her pain. She wrote about how others reacted, using her trauma like a mirror to see who stood by her and who didn't. That paper wasn't for me. Maybe it wasn't for anyone yet. Maybe one day she planned to share it, but on her own terms. Instead, I barged into her past like a trespasser. And now I can't forget it. I can't unsee her as the 24-year-old who had everything stolen from her in one night. I can't unhear her describing the weight of a stranger's knee on her chest. But what I still can't understand is how she survived it. Not just that night, but every night after. How she stayed open, kind, trusting. How she refused to pass her fear to us. How she still leaves the front door unlocked when I come over, as if to say, I will not live in fear. She could have used that story to shape the way she raised us, but she didn't. She carried it alone, until I took it from her. I've written and deleted a dozen texts telling her I know, but how do you say, I read something I had no right to read and now I can't look at you without crying? How do you admit you turned her pain into a curiosity? I can't unread it. I can't unknow it. But I can carry it with the respect it deserves. I can stop assuming I know everything about the people I love. I can remember that not all scars are visible. Because what she endured was monstrous. But who she became, that's the miracle.
It's difficult to pinpoint the exact moment when everything changes. One minute you're just going about your day, maybe lost in thought, thinking about dinner plans, or overwhelmed by the endless to-do list. And then it happens, without warning. Something irreversible. Something your brain can't fully process until you're standing in the middle of it, watching it unfold, powerless to stop it. That's what makes stories like Yulia Sharkholm's so haunting. Because this wasn't the result of reckless behavior or a risky decision. This wasn't the consequence of living on the edge. It happened in a moment that felt so ordinary, so safe. A moment many parents have experienced countless times. Yulia was only 21, a young woman, a wife, a mother. She lived in Belarus with her husband Arthur and their two daughters. Her social media was full of the kind of snapshots that radiated joy, smiles, birthdays, little moments soaked in love. She was still figuring out adulthood, still growing into motherhood, but from the outside it looked like she was doing it all with grace, laughter, and strength. August 31st, 2019. Yulia's 21st birthday. She was surrounded by family, at home, ready to celebrate. It was one of those peaceful late summer days that lulls you into a sense of calm, the kind that makes danger feel far away. Impossible, even. Sometime during the celebration, Yulia stepped away. Her husband had just parked their BMW outside and joined the party. Their 2-year-old daughter, for reasons still unclear, remained in the car. Perhaps it was only meant to be for a moment, a blink.
But that blink was all it took. Yulia went to the car to get her. She smiled at her little girl through the passenger side window, encouraging her to climb into the front seat where Yulia could more easily reach in and lift her out. It was a tiny choice, one rooted in love and practicality, and it sealed her fate. As Yulia leaned through the open window, her daughter, just a toddler, oblivious, pressed a button on the door. Silently, the automatic window began to rise, and in seconds, everything changed. The glass trapped Yulia's neck between the rising pane and the window frame. There was no sound, no scream, no warning, just pressure. Sudden, crushing, merciless. It stole her air before she had time to react. Alone and unseen, her body began to weaken. Seconds stretched into minutes. Oxygen stopped flowing. Her brain began to shut down. Back inside, the party continued. No one suspected anything was wrong until she didn't return. Arthur went outside to find her. At first, confusion. She was right there, halfway inside the car, but then the confusion turned to dread. She wasn't moving. Arthur shattered the window, freeing her limp body, but it was too late. Yulia had been deprived of oxygen between 5 and 15 long, unforgiving minutes. Paramedics rushed her to the hospital. Machines kept her alive. Friends prayed. Family begged for a miracle. For 8 days, her body fought. But Yulia never woke up. On September 7th, 2019, she passed away. And the world mourned, not just because it was tragic, but because it was so terrifyingly real. There was no villain, no car crash, no weapon, no criminal. It was a child's hand brushing against a button, a feature meant for convenience that became fatal in an instant. That's why this story weighs so heavily. Because we've all done it. We've all leaned into a car to grab something or momentarily let our guard down because it was just a normal day. We never expect tragedy to hide in routine. But it can. After Yulia's death, a wave of grief swept beyond Belarus. Parents around the world read her story and saw themselves, saw their own children. The headlines weren't sensational. They were heartbreaking, honest, and unforgettable. She left behind 2 daughters who will grow up knowing their mother not through memories, but through stories. Stories of the quiet ways she loved, of her warmth, her smile, the little things. Arthur has remained out of the public eye, but the pain, the guilt, the what-ifs, they must echo in his mind every day. Yulia's story isn't meant to shock, but the shock is what makes it linger. It's not just about how she died, it's about how she lived. The birthdays, the hugs, the joy, all of it gone in a moment no one could have predicted. She should still be here, laughing, celebrating, watching her daughters grow. She had decades ahead of her, and they were stolen in seconds. We tell stories like this not to drown in sadness, but to honor those we've lost, to say their names out loud, to make sure their lives mattered and that their absence is felt. Yulia Sharcom's story is heartbreaking, not because it's rare, but because it's real, and it deserves to be remembered.
In today's world, conversations about mental health are not just encouraged, they're vital. We've come to recognize the signs, offer support, and try to understand the intricacies of the human mind. But it wasn't always this way. Not long ago, mental health issues were dismissed, stigmatized, or swept under the rug, treated not as real struggles, but as personal failings. That ignorance, that silence, sometimes led to devastation. And in one case, on January 14th, 1990, silence turned deadly. This is the story of Daniel John O'Brien, a 31-year-old man from Roselle, Illinois, a man described by those who knew him as gentle, steady, and kind. He was a loving husband, a devoted father, a reliable friend, the kind of person who never made waves, until the moment everything spiraled out of control. Daniel was born on Halloween, 1959. He married Kathleen Furlong in 1982, and together they had a son, Daniel Jr. Life for the O'Briens seemed stable, quiet in a good way. He worked hard. He loved his family. He was never someone you'd expect to see in a headline. But sometimes, the people who suffer most hide it best. In early January 1990, Daniel took a 2-week vacation to Trinidad and Tobago with a friend, David Meyer. The trip was supposed to be a reset, sun, relaxation, and island peace. They stayed just outside Port of Spain at the Bear Hotel, not far from the airport. For most of the trip, nothing seemed off. But David would later recall that as their final night approached, something in Daniel had changed. He was restless, anxious, secretive, and he had apparently been trying, unsuccessfully, to get medication for a mysterious health issue. Then, everything unraveled. On the night of January 14th, while David was asleep in their room, Daniel went for a swim. The pool was quiet, the hour late. Nothing seemed unusual until it was. Around 10 p.m., David awoke to pressure, 2 hands around his throat. He opened his eyes to see Daniel straddling him, attempting to choke him. There was no warning, no words, just panic and violence. They fought. The room was wrecked, and before David could fully react or call for help, Daniel grabbed a lamp and brought it down on David's head, knocking him out cold. By the time David regained consciousness, Daniel was gone. What happened next was not only bizarre, it was terrifying. Daniel, now completely naked and clearly in distress, wandered into the hotel hallway. Witnesses would later say he looked possessed, detached from reality. He found a fire extinguisher and, in a disturbing act of desperation, attempted to force it down his own throat. He failed, but didn't stop. He ran out of the hotel, across the street, toward the airport. Somehow he scaled 2 10-foot fences, each laced with barbed wire. Bloodied but driven by something none of us can truly explain, he made it onto the tarmac. Security spotted him instantly. 4 guards moved in, but Daniel fought them all. Not like a man trying to escape, like a man unraveling in real time, with fury, with what onlookers would later describe as superhuman strength. Amid the chaos, he managed to steal a security vehicle, a Jeep, and drove it at full speed across the runway, straight toward a British Airways Boeing 747 preparing for takeoff. He crashed the Jeep into the massive plane with such force that the roof of the vehicle was nearly torn away. But Daniel wasn't finished. He crawled from the wreckage, covered in blood, streaked with oil, and ran again, toward the aircraft, toward the engines. And then in one final, horrifying act, Daniel climbed into one of the aircraft's active turbines. There was no survival. The end was instant, brutal, impossible to forget. Authorities were stunned. There was no warning, no manifesto, no explanation. Airport officials called it a suicide, but even that word felt inadequate. How could this have happened? In the days that followed, fragments of the truth began to surface. Daniel's family shared that he had been struggling.
He was reportedly trying to find medication during the trip. For what? No one could say with certainty. Mental illness? Anxiety? Paranoia? Was he previously diagnosed or simply reaching a breaking point no one saw coming? We may never know. What we do know is that in his final hours, Daniel wasn't himself. The gentle father was gone. In his place was someone unrecognizable, erratic, tormented, self-destructive. His actions weren't criminal. They were desperate. They were the cries of a man in collapse. In 1990, conversations around mental health were far less common. There were fewer resources, less compassion, and little urgency to help people suffering quietly. Daniel's death reminds us that behind calm faces can lie unspoken storms, that not everyone in pain shows it in ways we expect. Today, we know better. But stories like Daniel's are a chilling reminder that knowing isn't enough. We have to act. We have to listen before the silence turns deadly. Because sometimes the people who seem most in control are the ones closest to falling apart. And when they fall, it can end like this.
Most people go to work with one simple, honest goal: to provide. Whether it's for themselves, their families, or their future, the daily grind is often about more than just a paycheck. It's about stability, routine, and purpose, even if the work isn't glamorous. There's comfort in predictability, clocking in, doing your job, clocking out, and going home. But what happens when that cycle is broken, not by choice, but by tragedy? What happens when the workplace, meant to support life, becomes the place where it ends? On January 8, 2025, 41-year-old mechanic Luis Fernando Guerrero Platini showed up for work at Alco Iron and Metal in San Leandro, California, just as he had for years. A husband, a father, a longtime resident of Castro Valley, Luis was a man known for his dedication, skill, and quiet pride in his craft. To his co-workers and loved ones, he was more than a mechanic. He was a good man doing honest work for the people he loved. He'd spent years handling heavy machinery, a job that required precision, experience, and unshakable focus. At Alco, he maintained and repaired industrial equipment that most people wouldn't dare go near. Forklifts, shredders, conveyor belts, balers. Machines that could turn deadly in a split second if something went wrong. That Tuesday, Luis was repairing a broken forklift, a routine task in a yard full of aging machines. Forklifts are the workhorses of places like Alco, moving tons of scrap and bundled wire. When one breaks, someone like Luis steps in to fix it. But this time, something went horribly wrong. While positioning himself under the equipment, the forklift's elevated fork suddenly collapsed. With violent, devastating force, it crashed down on him. The specifics of the mechanical failure remain under investigation, but the result was immediate and irreversible. Luis was pinned beneath the crushing weight. His co-workers rushed to help, but by the time emergency responders arrived, there was nothing they could do. He was gone. It's a heartbreaking tragedy, but what makes it even more disturbing is that it wasn't the first. Luis was the third worker to die at Alco Iron and Metal in just 8 years. In 2017, a worker was killed when a screw conveyor collapsed. In 2022, another employee died under a 4,000-pound bundle of wire. Each death triggered investigations by Cal-OSHA, the California Division of Occupational Safety and Health. Their role is to ensure workplaces are safe, that regulations are followed,
and that companies are held accountable when they fail to protect their employees. In Alco's case, Cal OSHA had already issued over 60 citations, including 12 labeled as serious and 6 as willful. In plain terms, serious violations suggest a high probability of death or major injury from hazards the employer knew or should have known about. Willful violations imply the employer knowingly disregarded the law or showed a complete indifference to worker safety. Despite these red flags, despite the fatalities, despite the damning history of safety violations, Alco Iron and Metal remained open for business. Why? Because OSHA doesn't have the power to immediately shut down a company, no matter how dangerous its record may be. That power lies with the courts, and legal proceedings take time, often far too much time. Time that Luis Guerrero Plateni no longer has. After his death, the public outcry was swift. Local Assemblywoman Liz Ortega demanded an audit of Cal OSHA's ability to rein in companies with repeated offenses. In her words, "We cannot allow this pattern of preventable deaths to continue." She called not just for scrutiny of Alco, but for a deeper look at how violations are tracked, punished, and often overlooked. She wasn't alone. Labor rights groups and advocates raised alarms about recurring failures in worker safety enforcement, especially for non-English-speaking employees, who often receive substandard training and are more vulnerable to hazards they can't fully understand. In a public statement, Alco expressed sorrow over Luis's death. They claimed to have a comprehensive safety program, insisted they were cooperating with investigators, and promised improvements. But to many, especially former employees, those words felt hollow. Workers stepped forward with damning testimonies, outdated safety measures, unclear protocols, little regard for regulations. Several said the company valued speed and output over their well-being. Some described language barriers so severe they didn't fully understand how to respond to emergencies. No investigation, no lawsuit, no audit will undo what happened. Luis Guerrero Plateni died doing his job, the same job he'd done countless times before. It's likely he never even questioned the machine he worked on that day. He was simply doing what he always did, working to provide for his family. He left behind loved ones who must now carry on without him. While much of his personal life remains private, what's clear is that Luis was a devoted husband, a caring father, and a hard-working man who never should have lost his life to preventable negligence. His death is not just another statistic in a report. It's a devastating loss, one that could and should have been avoided. When people die in combat, there's at least an understanding that risk is part of the job. But no one should die just for showing up to work. That's not an accident. That's a failure. Luis's story should not fade into the background. It should force a reckoning, a real one, about accountability in industries that rely on dangerous equipment and cheap labor. It should challenge how we define corporate responsibility, and it should demand that companies match their condolences with action, real, lasting change, because at the end of the day, Luis Guerrero Plateni deserved more. He deserved safety. He deserved to go home, and his family deserved to keep him.
Out here, you get used to the quiet. No streetlights, no late-night traffic, just the hum of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves. But when you start hearing footsteps in the dark where no one should be, that quiet turns into something else entirely. This is still an ongoing situation, and to be honest, I don't really know what to do about it. My house sits far back from the road, maybe 100 feet, give or take. Between my driveway entrance and my front porch, I've got 3 vehicles parked, blocking the view from anyone passing by. I live out in the country, on a side road with no stores, no traffic, and definitely no reason for anyone to be here unless they know someone. The road stretches for a couple of miles, but holds only 6 houses, spread far apart across agricultural land. At night, it's pitch black out here. No streetlights, just shadows. About a week ago, I was waiting for the mom of the boy I babysit to pick him up. It was around 7 p.m., just hitting twilight. She pulled in, and while he was finishing a match on Apex, she and I chatted by her car. That's when we heard it, a muffled cough coming from the kiwi orchard that borders my property. I brushed it off. The kid tries to jump scare me all the time, and stealth isn't exactly his strong suit. Coughing or giggling while trying to sneak up is pretty normal for him. A few minutes later, he came running out of my front door, ready to leave. It wasn't until later that night that I realized something. If he was inside, who the hell was coughing in the orchard? Hours later, between midnight and 1 a.m., I stepped out to the porch for a smoke. My lighter was dead, so I'd lit my cigarette on the stove and rushed outside before it burned down. No porch light, phone dimmed to keep the mosquitoes away. Halfway through my smoke, a man's voice spoke from the darkness near me. "Can I have a cigarette?" At first, I froze. I thought maybe my phone had autoplayed some ad in a background tab. Then he said it again. I turned, and he was right behind me. He was tall, at least 6'4", maybe as much as 6'7". Barefoot, long hair, long beard, no shirt, wearing either blue or gray pants and a long coat, or maybe a robe. In the dark, it was hard to tell. When I say close, I mean 2 steps away. If he'd wanted to, he could have grabbed me. My heart was hammering. I pulled out my pack, but when he started stepping forward, I blurted, "No, stop, you don't need to do that here." Then I tossed him the whole pack. He stopped, almost unnaturally, hands up at chest height, palms out. "That was a good idea to toss it," he said. He stood there for a moment, watching me, then slowly walked backward toward the road until the darkness swallowed him. I never heard footsteps after that. I don't know if he kept walking or just stopped somewhere out of sight. And here's the thing, I have no idea how he got that close without me hearing him. I didn't light my cigarette outside, so he couldn't have heard the click of a lighter. The only way he'd know I was smoking is if he'd been close enough to smell it. I'd never seen him before. Since that night, I've heard noises every single evening, not right against my house where my cameras could catch him, but in the orchard, near the canal. Always too close for comfort. I asked the sheriff's department if they could patrol out here, but they almost never drive by, and without proof of anything illegal, there's nothing official to report. All I know is this. There's a barefoot stranger who knows where I live, knows where I sit at night, and now knows that I'm paying attention. And in the darkness out here, where help is miles away, that's not a comforting thought.
Some neighborhoods look like something out of a postcard. Neat lawns, friendly faces, children playing freely from yard to yard. But even the most idyllic streets can hide a predator in plain sight. In a cul-de-sac where almost every home belonged to a young couple with children in elementary school, the community was extremely close-knit, the kind of place that felt straight out of a 1950s American block party. They even had a shared policy. Kids could play on anyone's swing set, sandbox, or jungle gym without asking permission.
After I started babysitting for one family with 3 young daughters, the rule changed slightly. Kids could play in other yards only if their own parents were home, so I wouldn't be swamped with children I wasn't paid to watch. The parents told me I could let the girls play in other yards or sandboxes on their own if I needed a short break. But I never did. I had my own rule. Everyone goes in together, everyone comes out together. Even when the girls wanted to play in the treehouse owned by an older couple a few doors down, I'd climb up with them despite my fear of heights and claustrophobia. I didn't realize it then, but that rule may have saved them. The first strange moment came while we were shooting basketball in the driveway. The next-door neighbor, a man in a baseball cap and sunglasses, came outside, sat on his second-story deck, and opened a paperback. Then I noticed he'd turned his chair completely around, facing us. He kept flipping pages, never reacting, but his body language was unsettling. It became a pattern. Every time we played basketball, there he was, sunglasses on, book in hand, chair angled toward us. Eventually, I started suggesting indoor games or front yard activities to avoid his view. He was familiar. He went to my church. I'd seen him kneel with intense, almost obsessive focus. Once, when I was asked to lead the children's mass unexpectedly, he turned around and glared at me like I'd personally ruined his prayers. I'd catch him waiting outside the church nursery, making brief eye contact when I was caring for children. Neighbors spoke highly of him, the nice guy who'd moved back home to care for his sick mother. This was before the Catholic abuse scandal broke, and I convinced myself I was being unfair, projecting my discomfort from past experiences with older men onto him. Then, when I was around 16, I caught him doing something I couldn't ignore. The girls and I were having a movie night in the family's addition, a room with floor-to-ceiling windows and no curtains. As I turned off the last lamp, I saw him outside, sitting on his deck in perfect view of where we'd been sitting. When I looked back toward him, he slipped inside quickly, leaving his chair toward the window. I knew that wasn't its usual spot. From then on, I avoided the family room at night. I didn't tell the parents. I thought maybe I was overreacting. Then, when I was 17, everything changed. My family was watching the evening news when a story came on. A man in our town had been caught in a police sting, thinking he was meeting a woman offering her toddler for sex. Police found a massive stash of child pornography on his computer. It was him. A few weeks later, the family I babysat for called. They'd learned from police that he had kept a blog detailing his obsession with one of their daughters. His posts described waiting in the treehouse for hours, hoping to corner her, and elaborate plans to kidnap her while the babysitter, me, was distracted. Only I never got distracted. My constant presence ruined his plans. And, disturbingly, when he realized that, his fantasies shifted to killing the babysitter first. The police questioned the girls. Thankfully, nothing had ever happened under my watch. But all the strange moments, the basketball games, the stairs at church, the night at the window, suddenly made perfect sense. I wasn't paranoid. I wasn't cruel. I just happened to notice the wolf in the middle of the flock. And to this day, I pray that I never see his face again, in my street, my church, or anywhere else on this earth.
15 years ago, I learned the hard way that sometimes danger hides in the most unexpected places,
even in a quiet park in a small town. I wasn't looking for trouble that day, but trouble found me. I was 15 years old, about 5'5", 132 pounds, a wrestler with a lean but muscular build. I lived in a small Midwestern town of about 50 to 60,000 people. When I wasn't in wrestling season, I tried to stay active outdoors. One of my friends, let's call him B, was into disc golf and often dragged me along to play and smoke a joint in the quieter parts of the course. B was a few years older than me, not much bigger, and not exactly a good influence. Our town had only 2 disc golf courses, one in a public park near a middle school and another at the edge of town in an older, much larger park. Obviously, we picked the secluded one so we could smoke without an audience. What I didn't know was that Thursday afternoons in that park were the local meeting time for older gay men to hook up in the parking lot. These weren't young, polished guys. They were mostly in their 30s to 50s, big, aggressive, and intimidating. We finished the course and the joint, wandering back toward the lot. My mind was foggy, but I noticed right away there were far more cars than when we'd arrived. Older men sat on trunks and tailgates, clustered in loose groups, watching us. A massive, hairy man in a tank top and his tall, thin, biker-looking friend started wolf whistling at us. It wasn't the fact they were men that made me uneasy. It was the sheer number of eyes following us, the way the air felt heavier with every step toward them. There were at least 30 of them. My confidence as a strong teenager meant nothing when we were so outnumbered and so far from sober. Catcalls followed. Someone did that exaggerated woo sound, half mocking, half threatening. I suspected they thought we were meeting them intentionally. I just wanted out of there. As we got closer, the hairy man called out, "You think you could handle this?" I muttered, "No thanks," and kept walking. "What was that, boy?" he snapped. I said more clearly, "No thanks, I'm not into that." "Not into what?" he demanded, stepping forward. "Sorry, I'm not gay," I replied, which only seemed to anger him more. Finally, I said, "I'm not a homosexual." That's when he lunged forward, grabbed my wrist, and growled, "We can fix that." Instinct kicked in. I twisted my wrist free and shoved his elbow to turn him around, just enough to get past without escalating. He snarled, "Touch me like that again, and we'll get the both of you." Things exploded. Another man moved toward B, who, unlike me, wasn't the calm type. He sprang sideways off a wall, slamming his foot into the guy's chest, yelling, "Get flipped, man!" Then he bolted. Suddenly, dozens of men stood up and moved toward us. Panic hit. I sprinted toward the truck, with a thin biker-looking guy chasing. Luckily, it was just him, not the whole group. I reached the passenger side first. B tried to get to the driver's side, but was cut off. He slid the keys over the roof to me. I didn't want to drive in my condition, but I didn't have a choice. I floored it out of the lot. But almost instantly, a truck and a car followed. The biker jumped into the trailing car, and the chase was on. Still high and terrified, I cut across the park grass to hit the main road faster. They followed, speeding over bumps and corners, nearly hitting us as they tried to box us in. My eyes stung, my contacts shifted from the sudden tears of fear. B urged me to go faster as we waved through residential streets, made risky U-turns, and darted through alleys. The chase went on for over 10 minutes. The best-case scenario I could imagine was getting pulled over for DUI at 15. The worst case? I didn't even want to think about it. Then B shouted, "Cop!" I glanced left. There was a cruiser in a parking lot. I swerved in and parked 2 stalls down.
The truck behind us stopped in the middle of the road. The car swerved onto a curb, catching the officer's attention. Both vehicles took off in different directions before the cop could react. I never went back to that park in the afternoons again. Even now, years later, I still think about that day. The moment when a casual game and a bad decision nearly spiraled into something far worse. I'll never know what they truly intended, and maybe that's for the best. Some people think being chased is exciting. For me, it was pure terror. The kind that makes you realize just how quickly you can lose control of everything.
I've always thought the scariest moments are the ones that start out feeling completely normal. No eerie music, no flashing warning signs, just an ordinary night that suddenly turns into something you'll never forget. It was 2017. I was 18, living in a dorm in Kyiv, probably the worst possible location for students. Tucked deep inside a quiet neighborhood, surrounded by 9-floor apartment blocks with strollers out front and old ladies on benches. It was safe enough, but not really, especially late at night when the nearest metro station was a half-hour walk away. It was exam season, my second year of university. I'd been pulling all-nighters, fueled by a fridge full of Red Bull, cramming for brutal German exams. One night, somewhere between too much caffeine and too little sleep, my brain short-circuited. I suddenly needed Dutch stroopwafels. My roommates were asleep, my best friend buried in textbooks. So at 1:30 a.m., I grabbed my wallet and cigarette case, slipped outside, and started walking toward the nearest 24/7 store. Not the safest neighborhood, but not the worst either. Maybe third worst. One important detail: our dorm had a curfew. After midnight, the doors locked automatically. You had to be buzzed in from the inside, usually by the grumpy night duty lady who was more likely to be asleep than awake. It was a warm, quiet May night. I lit a cigarette, put on my headphones, and headed down the dimly lit street. That's when I noticed him, standing at a bus stop near the store. At first, nothing seemed unusual, except buses had stopped running over an hour earlier. I figured he might be drunk, homeless, or just waiting for a taxi. But when I looked closer, 3 details hit me hard. 1. He didn't look homeless. Clean clothes, clean-shaven, well-kept. 2. He didn't seem drunk or high. Steady posture, clear eyes, completely sober. And, most unsettling, he was staring straight at me, unblinking, focused. He nodded. Out of habit, I nodded back, then went into the underground crossing to reach the store. When I glanced back one last time, he was still staring. I bought my snack, forgot all about him, and started heading back. Until I saw him again, in the exact same spot, still watching me. My stomach dropped. I walked faster. He stayed still, at first. Then I heard footsteps behind me, matching my pace, following me down an empty, poorly lit street at nearly 2 a.m. Then his voice. "Excuse me, miss, don't be scared. You dropped your cigarettes." He was holding a pack of Winstons, my brand. But there was a problem. I didn't carry packs. I had a cigarette case, and that night it was the only thing I'd brought. So where did that pack come from? My pause gave him time to start walking toward me, faster now, smiling. Not a friendly smile, but the kind that made my skin crawl. I ran. He ran too, his footsteps closing in.
I knew there was a long, pitch-dark stretch ahead. No lights, no cover, no help. Even if I made it to the dorm, I'd still be locked out, waiting to be buzzed in. Then I saw someone up ahead. For a moment, I thought it might be another man working with him, but no. It was Alex, a third-year student from the dorm. I sprinted to him, shouting his name. The man chasing me slowed, stopped, and waved. An awkward, almost childlike wave, before turning and running off into the night. Alex walked me back inside without asking many questions. I never saw that man again, even though I lived in those dorms for 2 more years. But to this day, one detail still haunts me: that pack of Winstons. If it wasn't a coincidence, then it means he saw me put out my cigarette, picked up the butt, and somehow got the exact same brand while I was in the store. And if that's true, he wasn't just following me. He was preparing for something much, much worse.
When I was 17, full of dreams and eager to explore the world, I wanted to become an au pair. Traveling seemed the perfect way to see a bit of the world before deciding what to do next with my life. Due to my age, most countries were off limits, except England, so I began searching for host families there. I found a listing that seemed perfect: a single mother with 2 kids, a boy and a girl. She responded quickly, friendly and warm, genuinely excited to have me. We chatted for weeks, and I felt she was responsible and organized. I booked my flight and arrived at the airport, but that's when things started feeling off. No one was there. No texts, no calls. Minutes later, she messaged saying she was stuck in traffic but on her way. I waited at the exit as agreed, expecting a blue car. Suddenly, a woman approached. Not the one I had been talking to, not even close. She smiled and spoke as if she knew me. At that exact moment, my phone buzzed with a long message from the original woman. Her husband had unexpectedly returned from overseas, they'd fought, and he didn't want an au pair in the house. Instead of canceling or telling me before I boarded the plane, she had handed me off to her good friend, who also had 2 kids and desperately needed help. I stood frozen, holding my suitcase, breathless. The timing felt eerie, as if someone had been watching and waited for me to make eye contact with the stranger before sending the message, like it was rehearsed. The woman who met me was overly cheerful, grabbing my luggage and loading it into her car while talking nonstop. I'm naturally nervous and hate confrontation, especially with strangers. I felt cornered and just let it happen. She said we had to leave immediately because she was parked in a restricted zone and didn't want a ticket. I hesitated, saying I wasn't comfortable. She insisted it would be fine, just 2 kids to help. I got in, despite the uneasy feeling creeping over me. As we pulled away, I told her again I wanted to go back to the airport. She got irritated, but claimed she couldn't let me out there, that I might get fined. We drove further onto quieter grounds. I got out and called my parents, shaking and crying. She stayed in the car, talking to another woman in a language I didn't understand, making my skin crawl. After the call, I got back in and firmly told her I wanted to return to the terminal. No detours, no stops. She pushed, "Are you sure? I can take you to my house just to see how you feel." I said no, repeatedly. Finally, she took me back. I went inside and stayed on the phone with my parents the entire time. But things got even stranger. I later received a series of voice messages from her and 2 other unknown women. The language was foreign and unintelligible to me, but the tone was uneasy at best. One sounded angry, others bizarre. My parents tried calling the original woman, but she immediately blocked them. Digging deeper later, I found the contract I had been sent wasn't even legitimate. It looked real, but wasn't legally binding or an official au pair agreement. The address she gave me was fake. I don't even know if she had kids or a husband. I later learned the city I flew into has a notorious reputation as a hotspot for human trafficking.
I didn't know that then, but knowing it now after everything that happened makes my stomach turn. I can't say for sure what would have happened if I had gotten in the car and let her take me into town. Maybe nothing. Maybe I would have been fine. But I've replayed that scenario 100 times in my head. Every version ends with me realizing how lucky I was to trust my gut and say no. Sometimes I wonder if I'm just being paranoid. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding or a weird attempt to help a friend find childcare. But the secrecy, the lies, the fake contract, the blocked numbers, the insistence on isolating me from the airport, pushing to drive me somewhere else, none of it sits right. Whatever it was, I'm just grateful I got out. I'm 21 now, and I've come to understand that sometimes the scariest part of your story isn't what happened, it's what almost did.
I was about 9 years old when this story took place, back in 1996. At the time, I don't think I fully realized just how close I came to danger that could have changed everything. I was playing in my family's huge front yard. We lived in a quiet neighborhood just outside the city limits, a place that felt completely safe. Suddenly, a man pulled his car over to the side of the road. He got out, greeted me, and said he was lost. He asked how to get to a city over an hour away. I knew the name of the city, but not the route. I pointed vaguely toward the highway and said I thought that might be the right way. Then I told him he should ask an adult because I didn't really know. But the man started flattering me. "Oh, I'm sure you can help me. You look like a really smart little girl." Then he pulled out a map and laid it on the hood of his car, asking me to come show him on the map where that city was. As a child, it never occurred to me that he had a map and could find the city himself. I kept saying I didn't know how to get there. He kept insisting, saying he was lost and needed help. Because a neighbor was mowing the lawn nearby, it was hard to hear. The man said he couldn't hear me well and asked me to come closer. I didn't move, but he did. He crossed the hedge line that surrounded our yard. At that time, the shrubs were still low. Here's the part I didn't know until my mom told me years later. My parents were inside the house, with many windows facing the yard, but trees blocked their view so they couldn't see me clearly. Our dog Annie, a 3-year-old German Shepherd, Golden Retriever, and Boxer mix, went absolutely berserk. She barked non-stop, running between the door, windows, and my parents. My parents thought she needed to go outside. When my mom opened the door, Annie took off so fast her paws didn't even touch the porch. The man was about 12 feet away from me, and I was just standing there. Suddenly, Annie shot across the yard and stopped right in front of me. She was on full alert, fur standing on end, baring teeth, snarling and snapping at the stranger. I tried to calm her down, but nothing worked. Even worse, it didn't stop the man. He took a cautious step forward into the yard. Annie knew this man was no good. She never backed down, keeping me behind her and pushing me back toward the house. She wouldn't let him get past. Meanwhile, my parents looked out the window and saw the whole scene unfolding. They freaked out and ran outside, screaming. I was confused by everything: the stranger, the neighbor's noisy mower, Annie acting wild, and my parents running. When the man saw them coming, he ran back to his car and sped away. I vaguely remember the map flying through the air as my dad threw me over his shoulder and ran into the house. Looking back, it's clear that some guy was definitely trying to abduct me, and my dog may have saved my life. She was the sweetest dog and remained my protector until she passed away when I was 17. This story reminds me every day how important it is to trust your instincts, and that sometimes even the smallest presence nearby can make all the difference between danger and safety.
Less than an hour ago, something happened that I'm still trying to process. I'm still shaking as I type this. I wanted to share it somewhere, and surprisingly, the only place that came to mind was Reddit. My wife and I are on vacation in Mexico right now. We're both loving it here, and this incident doesn't change that, but it definitely made me rethink security. Tonight, we went out for dinner and walked back to our hotel. Once inside the room, we started putting our things down. Then there was a soft knock on the door. A man quietly said something in Spanish, trying to get our attention. Maybe room service or something? My wife looked at me puzzled. We hadn't ordered anything. It's important to mention we had the Do Not Disturb sign on the door. A few seconds later, another knock. My wife signaled me to get the door. I was about to when I heard the unmistakable sound of a key card unlocking the door. The door swung open slightly. On the other side stood a dirty man, just about 2 feet from my face. I put my hand against the door to stop it from opening further. He looked just as surprised as I was. He started speaking Spanish, and I caught the word Wi-Fi. I said no español, and in broken English, he asked if the Wi-Fi was down. My wife said it wasn't. I was shell-shocked, keeping my hand on the door as he spoke, then eventually left. I locked the door this time, something I usually do automatically but hadn't done yet today. We talked it over. A man knocked, got no answer, then let himself in to ask about Wi-Fi? This was a clear burglary attempt. He had a master key and assumed we weren't home. A few minutes later, we went down to the front desk to report what happened. They took it seriously, but we haven't heard anything since. My mind is blown. What if we had returned 30 minutes later? We could have lost some things. What if we had gone to bed earlier? We might have been asleep while this stranger was in our room. The AC here is loud. I don't know if I would have heard knocking while asleep. The way this played out was probably the safest possible scenario, but those what-ifs are terrifying. From now on, all our valuables are going in the safe. Lesson learned. But beyond our possessions, I'm worried about our physical safety. I shudder to think what might have happened if we were in a more vulnerable state. Imagine you're asleep and a stranger has just let themselves into your hotel room and is watching you. I never imagined I'd face a nightmare like this living so close to someone who could shatter my entire life in an instant. Almost a year ago, I was a 24-year-old fresh out of college, having just moved into an apartment with my middle school best friend, a 23-year-old woman, and her fiancé, a 25-year-old man. We hadn't seen each other in person for a long time, and I was eager to spend time with her again. I knew my best friend well. We had a long, strong friendship with only a few rocky moments. I barely knew her fiancé, met him a few times, and he seemed rude and loud, but mostly tolerable. I overlooked his annoying habits because I saw how much she loved him. I just wanted a safe place to stay and to be near my best friend. But over the course of a few months, I realized she was trapped in an abusive relationship with the classic example of a malignant narcissist. Their fights were nothing but his raging tirades while she cried, escalating to him trashing the apartment, breaking her phone and laptop, hiding her car keys, blocking doors, and grabbing her arms so hard they bruised, all while shouting the worst insults imaginable for hours on end. This man was about a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than me, so there was nothing I could do except give her rides away from him until the next day. He didn't like that. But when the abuse turned physical, I drew the line and demanded he move out or I'd call the cops. He wasn't even on the lease, so I could legally kick him out. He begged for time, extremely drunk and high the night he hurt her, promising to stay sober until he moved out. Not wanting to escalate things further, I agreed on the condition that nothing like that would ever happen again. Soon after, they broke up. 3 weeks passed and everything seemed fine. The ex-fiancé found a new place but was still living in ours temporarily. He was loud and inconsiderate but hadn't caused any problems. Then came that terrifying night. I went to bed early for an important meeting the next day. My best friend was working, so it was just me upstairs. Downstairs, the ex-fiancé was yelling into the phone about something I couldn't make out. I tried to tune him out and sleep. Suddenly, my chest rattled from booming footsteps ascending the stairs toward my room. My bedroom doorknob rattled violently. Luckily, I had locked the door. He let out a yell filled with pure malice and banged on the door, screaming my name in a slurred, almost monstrous voice, like he was trying to impersonate a lizard man.
The cheap door's hinges groaned under the assault. I knew I had to do something before he broke it down. The only thing I could say was, "What the fuck, man?" Suddenly, the banging and screaming stopped. After a terrifying silence, he said flatly, "Open the door, bud. Just come and open the door." I still laugh about that one. Like, after all that, I'd just get up and open it? No way. Instead, I grabbed my essentials and jumped out the second-floor window. We lived on a hill, so it wasn't that high, but I still fell awkwardly and hurt my leg. I hobbled to my car and sped off. I called my best friend, warning her not to go home that night. We arranged for her to stay with a friend after work. I passed out at another friend's place for a few hours. When I woke up, she called me. Her ex had traveled to her workplace with a knife, broke in, assaulted her, and threatened to kill her special needs client right in front of her. Thankfully, a coworker overheard and called the police just in time. She also told me he was on the phone with her while banging on my door, saying he would kill me and force her to listen. I was completely alone in that apartment, with him sleeping upstairs in my bed. If I hadn't locked my door or left my car keys downstairs, would I still be alive? The next morning, my bedroom door was completely bashed in, my belongings scattered everywhere, and the large butcher knives normally kept in the kitchen were now chillingly placed in the hallway outside my room. The ex-fiancé was arrested on serious charges and denied bail. Thankfully, I've had no further contact with him. That night shattered my sense of safety and showed me just how close evil can lurk, hidden behind familiar faces. What happened after? Well, that's a story for another time.
Last year, I started law school out in Los Angeles. I had never lived in a big city before, so moving to a place with over 4 million people felt like a major life shift. I was excited, nervous for sure, but mostly thrilled to step into this whole new world. Growing up, I always knew I had a half-sister living in LA. It was never exactly a secret, but in my family, that topic carried a weird tension. Whenever I brought her up, my parents would shut down the conversation quickly, making it clear it wasn't something they wanted me to ask questions about. Over the years, I had looked her up online out of curiosity. I knew what she looked like, but that was about it. She wasn't very active on social media, and we'd never actually spoken. Then, out of the blue, during my first year of law school, I got a Facebook friend request from her. Her profile seemed real, her name matched, the photo looked like her, and we even had a few mutual friends. Right after I accepted, she messaged me, saying she'd love for us to finally meet and invited me to a small dinner party she was having in the park with some friends. At first, I was thrilled. This was something I'd always wanted, a chance to meet her, maybe build a connection, and finally fill in that weird blank spot in my family history. But the more I thought about it, the more anxious I got. Sure, there was a version where this could be amazing. Maybe we hit it off, become close, and laugh about how strange it was that we hadn't done this sooner. But there was also a version where it would get super emotional or awkward. What if she didn't like me? What if I didn't like her? What if we said the wrong thing in front of her friends and ended up crying or fighting in a public park? The idea of meeting for the first time in front of other people just didn't sit right with me. It felt like something that should be private. Honestly, if she'd said, "Let's grab coffee," or "Want to meet for lunch," I would have been there in a heartbeat. But a nighttime dinner in a public park with strangers? I didn't know about that. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, so I didn't go. At the time, I chalked it up to nerves. I told myself I wasn't emotionally ready and that I'd try again when I felt more grounded. A few weeks later, I looked up the park she'd invited me to, just out of curiosity. Maybe we could still meet there someday, just the two of us. That's when the red flags started flying. I won't name the park, but if you're from LA, you'd probably know it, and know to stay far away, especially at night. It's an area with extremely high violent crime rates, controlled by gangs. According to multiple sources, even those conducting illegal business in that park pay a tax to local gangs just to be left alone. That discovery flipped everything upside down for me. I was already uneasy, but now I was genuinely scared and needed to find out what was going on. I knew what school my sister attended, a local university. By chance, a friend of mine went there too. I asked her to help me find my sister on campus. She managed to get in touch with her, and after confirming my sister was open to meeting, we arranged to hang out, the three of us, at a friend's place. That night was amazing. No drama, no awkward silences, just dinner, a movie, and a lot of laughter. There were a few tears, but in a good way. We were both nervous at first, but it felt natural almost immediately. We clicked. At one point, I brought up the Facebook message and the dinner invite. That's when she dropped a bomb. She hadn't used Facebook in years, not since high school. She wasn't the one who sent me the friend request or message. That account wasn't even hers. By the time I checked again, the profile was gone. My sister said this wasn't the first time someone had impersonated her. Someone had scammed one of her friends in a fake concert ticket scheme. She wasn't surprised, just annoyed. I was more than annoyed. I was freaked out. Someone out there knew who I was, knew I had just moved to LA, and pretended to be my sister to get me to show up alone at night in one of the most dangerous places in the city. I have no idea who or why, and honestly, I don't think I want to know. Meeting my sister after all these years was something I'll never forget. It meant the world to me. I'm so grateful it happened the way it did, with a buffer, in a safe place, and with someone I trusted. But the fact that it all started with what might have been a setup still gives me goosebumps. Whatever their intentions were, I know one thing for sure. I lucked out and dodged something bad. Maybe it was just some bizarre scam, but maybe it was something far worse. I'm lucky I trusted my gut, because if I hadn't, I don't know how that night would have ended.
At 18, I was kicked out of my parents' house. I had grown up in a strict religious community, Jehovah's Witnesses, where everything and everyone seemed tightly knit, held together by faith and structure. That's when Rick, my best friend at the time, stepped in. He was in his mid-20s and offered me a place to stay in his home. He had an extra room, and both he and his wife, Melissa, welcomed me in. I was hesitant at first. I didn't want to interfere in a marriage. But Rick assured me Melissa was completely on board. She even told me herself to move in. So I did. It was October 2010. At first, everything was smooth. Rick and I worked similar hours, so we were in and out of the house at the same time. I tried to give them space by hanging out with friends, especially in the evenings. I genuinely thought it was a good living situation. Then, one day, about a week in, Rick called me, sounding off. "Hey, where are you? You need to come home. Now. Please." His tone sent chills down my spine. I rushed back. When I arrived, I unlocked the door with my key and immediately heard chaos coming from the master bedroom. Melissa was in there yelling over and over, "I'm not going, I'm not going." She sounded like she was tearing the room apart. Confused, I asked Rick what was happening. He finally told me the truth. Melissa had a serious, untreated mental illness. These episodes happened from time to time, he said. I was floored. I had no idea. Rick handed me a video camera. "I need you to record her. She never remembers these episodes, and I need her to see how she behaves." I hesitated, but eventually agreed. He opened the bedroom door. Melissa sat on the bed, eyes locked on Rick, until she saw me. Then, suddenly, in a low, unnatural voice, she growled, You did this. It was you." She sounded like someone else entirely,
deep, manly, deranged. Her face, her voice, everything shifted. She looked like she was foaming at the mouth. Rick managed to coax her into the living room. I kept recording. That's when Melissa started speaking in a full British accent. She was Mexican and introduced herself as someone else entirely, a strange name I couldn't even recall. She claimed she was saving her real self from an evil woman. The bizarre accents kept shifting. Suddenly, she turned violent again, screaming, thrashing, calling both me and Rick pigs. Her face contorted in rage one second, and the next she was laughing and pointing at me, screaming, "It's you!" over and over. Eventually, the police showed up and took her to a psychiatric hospital. I later found out Rick had called them right before I arrived. After she was taken, Rick quietly admitted why he really wanted me to move in. For his own safety. He needed someone there in case something happened. The episodes had started not long after they married, but were now getting worse. Melissa came back a few days later and locked herself in the bedroom every time I was home. I was uneasy, but honestly relieved not to interact with her. Then came the second nightmare. I was on the phone late one night talking to a girl I was dating. Suddenly, I heard breathing on the other line. Heavy, unnatural breathing. My friend asked, "Is that you breathing like that?" I said no. That's when the doorknob to my room started to turn. Slowly. It was locked. Then the banging began. Violent, furious banging on the door. A deep voice screamed, "Let me in! You're in my house! It's you!" The girl on the phone heard everything and freaked out. I hung up instantly. My heart was racing. I didn't want people to know how bad it had gotten. The banging didn't stop. I wasn't going to wait for her to break down the door. I jumped out the window. It was a single-story house, ran to my car, and saw Melissa bolting after me. She ran out the front door, screaming. I backed out fast, but the street was a cul-de-sac. I had to drive past her to get out. She stood in the middle of the road. I swerved and narrowly missed the curb, and just as I passed her, she violently punched the rear passenger window. It didn't shatter, but it felt like it almost did. That was it. I decided then and there I was living in my car until I could afford my own place. I didn't have much, and Rick agreed to have his parents move my stuff to their garage for me to pick up later. Weeks later, I went through my clothes, and that's when I found them. Tucked inside my suits, jeans, shoes, flannels, were pieces of paper. Pages filled with disturbing handwritten messages, Bible quotes, doomsday warnings, letters claiming I was at fault for Melissa's suffering, that I had demons inside me. Page after page, like she had poured her madness into every thread of fabric I owned. To this day, it remains one of the most disturbing experiences of my life. Yes, I understand mental illness was the root of it all. But knowing that doesn't erase how terrifying it felt. The screaming, the stalking, the threats, the feeling of being hunted in a home that was supposed to be safe. I never saw Melissa again. And though I still consider Rick a friend, we haven't spoken since 2011. Sometimes I wonder if he stayed, if he endured more, if he finally left. And sometimes I think about calling him, just to see how he's doing. But then, I imagine picking up the phone and hearing, "It's you."
They say kindness is a strength, but I've learned it can also be dangerous, especially when the wrong person decides to take advantage of it. It all started on my 19th birthday in September of 2014. I had just moved into my very first home, a small one-bedroom flat. I was thrilled to finally have some independence. I spent my days buying furniture, decorations, and the little things that make a place feel like yours. I was proud, excited, and honestly, I let my guard down. One afternoon, I was on the bus ride home after shopping for household items when an elderly gentleman, probably in his late 60s, struck up a conversation with me. I've always been friendly, the kind of person who doesn't mind talking to strangers, so I replied politely. We chatted casually about our day, nothing too deep. When the bus reached my stop, he said he was also getting off there, apparently to visit a friend who lived in one of the neighboring blocks of flats. He offered to help carry my shopping bags. I didn't think much of it. He seemed harmless, so I accepted. He walked with me to the front of my building, where I thanked him and said goodbye. He continued on his way, or so I thought. He didn't enter my building, and I was certain he hadn't seen which flat I lived in. But I was wrong. A few days later, there was a knock at my door. When I opened it, my stomach dropped. It was him. The same man from the bus, standing outside my flat. I was frozen for a second. How did he know where I lived? And how had he gotten inside the secured building without ringing my bell? Then it hit me. He must have watched me that day, waited somewhere hidden until he saw which door I went through. Before I could process it fully, he pushed his way inside my home. He spoke like we were old friends, like this was totally normal. I lied and told him I was just leaving, that friends were waiting for me. I hoped it would make him go. But he didn't leave. Instead, he started groping me. His hands slid under my clothes. He tried to get into my underwear. I shoved him away, but he kept coming back, grabbing at my clothes, trying to undress me. I panicked. I ran to the door and shouted, "If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police." That seemed to snap something in him. He finally left, but not before standing outside my building for a while, loitering. I waited inside until I was sure he'd walked off. Then, shaking, I called my dad in tears. Together, we reported it to the police. What came next was even more devastating than the assault itself. 2 female officers came. Instead of support, I was met with blame. "Why did you let him into your flat?" they asked. I told them again he forced his way in, but they discouraged me from pressing charges. They said the name and address he'd given me originally were false. They warned it would be hard to prove anything, a lot of paperwork, and that I'd have to relive everything in court if they ever even found him. And in my shock and fear, I agreed to let it go. I still regret that decision. But it wasn't over. That man didn't disappear. He kept coming back. For months, he stalked me. I'd find him at my front door. He'd follow me when I was out. I felt trapped in my own home, watched, hunted. The worst part? No one seemed to care. No one did anything. Then, one day, I got on a bus to meet some friends in town, and he was there, sitting across from me like nothing had happened. But this time, I wasn't alone. When I got to my stop, I pointed him out to my friends. They didn't hesitate. They walked up to him loudly, publicly, and confronted him. They told him clearly and fiercely, "If we ever hear of you stalking her again, you won't be using those arms to touch anyone else. Leave her the hell alone." And just like that, he scurried away. I never saw him again. But the damage was done. For weeks, months, I lived in fear. And all it started because I was polite to a man who seemed like he just wanted to help. That moment taught me a painful truth. Sometimes danger wears a smile and offers to carry your shopping bags. Since then, I've never let anyone help me like that again. Because not every good deed comes from good intentions. So please, be careful who you trust. Sometimes it only takes one yes to invite in something you'll never forget.
There were moments at the front desk when things go from routine to unsettling in the blink of an eye, and this night was one of them. I worked the front desk at a hotel, and most nights are uneventful. Business travelers, tired families, the occasional wedding group. But sometimes someone walks in and you just know something's off. Last night was that kind of night. It was about 15 minutes before the end of my shift. I was chatting with our maintenance guy about a local comedy club, casually scrolling through their website to see who was performing. I didn't recognize any of the comedians, so I said as much, just small talk to pass the time. Then, out of nowhere, both of us looked up at the exact same moment. A man was standing silently in front of the desk, staring at us. I hadn't seen or heard him approach. He was right in front of me, yet completely unnoticed until that moment, like he appeared from thin air. Something about his energy immediately put me on edge. He wasn't just looking at us, he was analyzing us, like we were part of some puzzle. Then, out of nowhere, he asked, "What famous guy were you surprised she didn't know?" It took a second to register what he meant. Somehow he had overheard our private conversation about the comedy lineup, but we hadn't seen anyone nearby. He hadn't been close enough to hear that. So how long had he been standing there, watching us? And then he said, "I bet she knows me. I'm really big." It wasn't just the words, it was how he said them. Something wasn't right. We later learned he was attending a gala event being held at the hotel. He was clearly intoxicated, but the bartender told us he'd only had 2 drinks that night. Either he came in pre-gaming hard, or he was on something else, because his behavior didn't line up with what little he'd consumed. We guessed it was probably something prescription mixed with alcohol. He started asking where else he could go since our bar had just closed. It's a common enough question, but he wasn't just looking for a drink. It felt like he was using the question as a cover to flirt, or worse. The maintenance guy suggested a nearby bar, and I mentioned a karaoke place close by. I even gave him the address. Then he asked if I'd been there before. I said, yeah, I went with my boyfriend and my best friend a while back. It was fun. Then came the question, "Oh, do you and your boyfriend have any kids?" I told him no, and that I didn't want any. Without missing a beat, he leaned in and said, "Well, do you want to be the stepmother to mine?" I laughed uncomfortably and told him I wasn't interested, but he didn't get the message. The maintenance guy stepped in and firmly said, "Bro, she's got a boyfriend. She told you she's not interested." But the man just turned and asked, "What are you, the boyfriend? Are you two together or something?" Maintenance replied calmly, "No, we're just coworkers," trying to defuse the situation. That's when the man said something I still cringe thinking about. "Well, there are so many beautiful people working at this hotel. I figured since you're beautiful and she's beautiful, maybe you were together." It was that kind of fake, forced charm laced with something unstable underneath. A heavy, slimy energy. Finally, it was time for me to clock out. I shut down the computer and walked over to the front desk supervisor who was standing nearby with the night auditor. I told him flat out, "Hey, that guest over there is creeping me out. He's acting weird, he's definitely drunk or high, maybe both." The supervisor just laughed. "Man, you always get the weird ones, don't you?" I wanted to scream, "Yes, I do, and I'm telling you so you'll do something." But no, nothing. I clocked out and went back to the front just as I was leaving. The man was still there, talking to maintenance. I heard him say something like, "I need to go home with someone tonight." Maintenance didn't flinch. "Well, buddy, it's not gonna be me. Let's get you to your room or a cab." At that point, I knew I wasn't walking out to the parking lot alone. The hotel's in a safe area, and usually I wait outside for my boyfriend to pick me up. Not that night. I had a gut feeling, the kind you don't ignore. I waited in the back office until my boyfriend texted me that he was out front. He pulled up near the luggage drop-off just outside the main entrance. As I walked out and opened the door to his truck, I saw his face change. He was staring past me with this look like, "Who the hell is that?" I turned, and there he was. Creepy guy, standing less than a foot behind me again. He wasn't looking at me, he was staring at my boyfriend, like he was sizing him up. I jumped in the truck and slammed the door. As we pulled away, I looked back. He was still standing there, watching us, with that empty million-yard stare. And then he pulled out his phone. On the ride home, I told my boyfriend everything. He was furious, especially when I said I'd told the supervisor and nothing had been done. He told me to call the staff services line corporate gives us, so I did. I reported everything, from the invasive questions to the man following me outside to the supervisor who did nothing. To my surprise, the person I spoke with actually took it seriously. I didn't even have to follow up. That man was kicked out the next day and put on the hotel's do not rent list. I honestly didn't think I'd ever see the day. It turned out he'd also made the bartender uncomfortable that night. She'd gotten a weird vibe from the first drink he ordered, and again, nobody stepped in until it was too late. All I know is that something about that man was deeply wrong, and he spoke it in his words, his energy, his presence. If I hadn't trusted my gut and waited inside for my ride, I'm not sure if staring would have been the worst thing he did.
The Kind Stranger at Burger King, or so I thought. Christmas Eve. Most people are gathered around cozy tables, surrounded by family, laughter, and warmth. I was standing alone outside a Burger King, hungry, cold, tired, and about to experience one of the most unsettling moments of my life. Burger King on Christmas Eve doesn't sound like the start of a horror story, does it? It wasn't my first choice, obviously, but I had to work late, and by the time I clocked out around 9 p.m., every decent place was closed. I remembered I had a couple Burger King coupons in my wallet, so I figured, why not? When I arrived, the place was technically still open, but the dining area had already closed. The only way to order was through the drive-thru. Problem was, I don't drive. Still, I tried. I walked up to the drive-thru window, hoping maybe they'd make an exception. It was Christmas Eve, after all, and I was clearly on foot. But the woman working wasn't having it. "No exceptions," she said flatly. "You need to be in a vehicle." I'll admit, I got a little frustrated. I said a few things I'm not proud of, but I was cold, hungry, and irritated. Not a great combo. That's when she pulled up behind me. An older woman, probably in her mid-50s, in a small car. She leaned out of the window and offered, with a warm smile, to let me hop in with her so I could order. Honestly, it felt like a genuinely kind gesture. At first, I declined. I didn't want to be a bother. But she was persistent, in a sweet, motherly kind of way. Eventually, I accepted. We ordered together, chatted a bit. Everything seemed totally normal, just slow. The food took so long that I ended up missing my last bus home. I must have looked visibly upset, because without hesitation, she offered to give me a ride home. Now, for context,
I'm a grown man, early 30s, about 225 pounds. I don't usually feel threatened, especially not by someone who reminded me of a friendly aunt. If the situation had been different, I probably would have said no. But it was freezing, it was late, and I didn't feel like waiting hours for the next bus. So I gave her my address, and we drove off. 5 minutes into the ride, she took a wrong turn. I politely let her know, told her how to get back on track. That's when everything changed. She glanced at me and smiled, but it wasn't the same smile from earlier. It was tighter. Her eyes were different, hard, distant. And then she said, in a soft, calm voice, "I just can't let you spend Christmas Eve alone. You're coming back to my house." I tried to laugh it off, told her I had to get home, that I had a dog waiting to be let out. But she kept pushing, said her place would be more fun. And then, out of nowhere, she added, casually, like it was nothing, "I've got Coke and liquor at the house, plenty of both." Now here's the thing, I'm in recovery. I've battled substance abuse in the past. A couple years earlier, that offer might have derailed me completely. But I'm not that person anymore. I told her no, repeated it. I said I wasn't interested and just wanted to go home. She ignored me completely, didn't turn around. In fact, she started driving faster, erratically, blowing past stop signs, making sudden jerky turns. It was like she was heading somewhere, but definitely not toward my house. My heart was pounding, my brain racing. I kept thinking, you're bigger than her, you can take her if you have to. But what if I wasn't the only one waiting at that house? What if there was someone else involved? And then there was the guilt. She had helped me, she had fed me, she'd been kind, right? But every alarm bell in my body was screaming. Something was wrong. Then, a moment of opportunity. We came up to an intersection where traffic had slowed. A car stopped at a sign, and another passed in front of us, forcing her to brake almost to a full stop. I didn't wait. I opened the door and jumped out of the still-moving car. Left the food, left everything. I ran. Didn't even look back until I was at least a block away. When I finally did, she was out of the car, calling after me. Her voice was calm again, like nothing had happened, like she hadn't just refused to let me go home. She was trying to lure me back, like it was all just a misunderstanding. But there was no chance I was getting back in that car. I ran until I was sure I wasn't being followed, made it home, locked the door, and just stood there, frozen, trying to catch my breath and process what the hell had just happened. The scariest part? I almost didn't leave. I almost felt too guilty. I kept thinking, she's just being nice. Maybe she's lonely. It's Christmas Eve after all. But if that were true, why lie about the route? Why push alcohol and drugs on a total stranger? Why ignore me when I asked her to take me home? And then it hit me. This is what women deal with all the time. That sense of something being wrong, but feeling too bad, too guilty, or too polite to say anything. That fear of offending someone, even when every fiber of your being is on high alert. To this day, I don't know what her true intentions were. Maybe it was just loneliness. Maybe it was something far darker. Abduction? Trafficking? Organ theft? I don't know. I never went to the police. Why? Because I didn't think I'd be taken seriously. I'm a grown man. Who's going to believe I was afraid of a woman in a compact car? But what if she's done this before? What if she tries again, and next time it's someone more vulnerable? Should I have reported it? Maybe I still should. Because the truth is, it doesn't matter how nice someone seems. If your gut tells you something's wrong, it probably is.
I thought I was cautious, but that day I met a predator who was smarter than most. As a woman, I've always lived with a certain level of hypervigilance, always scanning my surroundings, always on guard. But even the most alert of us can be caught off guard by someone who knows exactly what they're doing. This happened about 15 years ago when we were renting a small house in a quaint Southern California village. Though it was a residential neighborhood, we were just blocks from downtown, a busy area with shops, bars, a trolley station, and a state college. Foot traffic was constant. Strangers passing by and even ringing our doorbell wasn't unusual. I often went jogging at night with my German Shepherd Rottweiler mix, Bear, a massive, well-trained former police dog who had a sixth sense for danger. He was sweet and gentle unless he wasn't. He had zero tolerance for my ex-husband and instantly bonded with the man who became my current one. I trusted Bear's instincts more than my own, and that night I should have listened to him sooner. One night during a jog near the trolley station, a scruffy guy in a beanie tried jogging alongside me. Clearly high and out of shape, he asked where I lived and if he could come over to give me a kiss. I firmly yelled for him to fuck off, and Bear growled just enough to send the message. We didn't even break stride. Later, I told my husband, who encouraged me to check the sex offender registry. The beanie guy wasn't there, but someone else was. I froze. A chill ran across my arms. The man staring back at me from the screen was someone I had already met just days earlier. We called him the ficus plant guy. He was an older Hispanic man, thin and tall, with greasy gray unkempt hair and a filthy gray jumpsuit with the name patch ripped off. His face was a roadmap of misery, deep-set wrinkles, hollow eyes, and a sad hound dog expression. He'd shown up at our house one drizzly morning. My husband had just left for work, and I was in the living room sipping my first cup of coffee. Bear was asleep in his bed near the kitchen door, which had a large glass pane that faced the driveway. Our gate was unlocked at the time. Suddenly, I heard the rattle of the back door. I figured my husband forgot something and came back, but Bear leapt to his feet and bolted into the kitchen, growling with intensity. That's when I saw him, FPG, standing at the door, cupping his hands to the glass, peering in. Oddly, I wasn't immediately scared. Bear was between us, and the man looked more sorrowful than threatening. Through the glass, I asked, "Can I help you?" In a slow, droning voice, he asked if we had a ficus plant in our backyard. I was confused. I didn't even know what one looked like. I told him no, that all our plants were in the ground. But he insisted. He claimed the ficus had belonged to his dying mother who used to live in our house. It was sentimental. He wanted to retrieve it for her. Part of me was touched. Another part of me was unsettled.
Not only had he come through our gate uninvited, but he'd ignored the front door and was trying the back one. Still, I didn't want to seem rude or prejudiced, so I tried to reason with him, and even considered letting him in. That's when Bear snapped. With a fury I had never seen before or since, he launched himself at the door, barking like a hellhound, teeth bared, hair raised. He knocked my hand away from the knob and threw me off balance. I yelled at him to stop, but he wouldn't. He was locked on to FPG like prey. Trying to calm the situation, I moved Bear aside and apologized. I genuinely wanted to help this man, or thought I did. But hearing his voice clearly through the glass was hard, and against my better judgment, I reached for the door again. Bear exploded into action a second time, barking with such primal rage that it felt like he'd rip the door off its hinges. And still, FPG didn't flinch. That was the moment I realized something was deeply wrong. I took a breath and told him I'd contact the landlord to see if a ficus ever existed, and if so, I'd arrange for him to pick it up. But when I asked for his name and number, "No," he muttered, shaking his head. He turned, shuffled down the steps, and walked across our lawn, toward a beat-up old van painted blue with what looked like a kitchen broom. The passenger window was blacked out. Only then did Bear stop his rampage and trot back to his bed, calm, victorious, and satisfied. "What the hell just happened?" I whispered, stunned. A week later, while checking the sex offender registry again, I found him. That unmistakable face. That vacant expression, the same man I had argued with for 15 minutes through a sheet of glass. He was a convicted sexual predator, wanted for using charm and false stories to enter the homes of women alone. Once inside, he would tie them up and brutalize them for hours. He was still at large, and his last known location? The village I was living in. There was never a ficus plant, just a story, a lie, a way in. And had it not been for Bear, my loyal, terrifying, stubborn, wonderful Bear, I don't even want to think about what might have happened. Let's never meet again, ficus plant guy.
They say you're safe when you live far from the city. No neighbors, no noise, no strangers, just silence. But sometimes silence lets the wrong things in. This happened a few years ago. I've never really talked about it. I don't even know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe because the memory keeps creeping back more and more often. And I guess it's something I need to get off my chest. At the time, I lived deep in the countryside, just me and my dog. No nearby houses, no traffic, no visitors. It was the kind of quiet people dream about, the kind that lets you think clearly, breathe deeply. But that kind of quiet can turn on you. One night, I woke up around 2 a.m. The motion sensor light outside my house had turned on. Now, that wasn't anything unusual by itself. Animals triggered it all the time. But this time, something felt off. I don't even remember deciding to get up. My body moved before my brain caught up. I walked to the window, pulled the curtain back just a few inches, and froze. There was a man, standing at the edge of my driveway. He wasn't walking past. He wasn't out for a late jog. He didn't even shift his weight. He was just standing there, still, facing the house.
My mind immediately scrambled for logic. Maybe he was lost. Maybe his car broke down. Maybe he needed help. But he didn't move, not even an inch. He just stood there beneath the light until it timed out and everything went dark again. I backed away from the window and returned to bed, but I barely slept. Neither did my dog. He paced, growled low at the front door, his body tense like something was wrong. The next night, it happened again, almost at the exact same time. Same man, same spot, same disturbing stillness. This time I didn't wait. I called the sheriff's department. They sent someone out, but by the time the deputy arrived, the man was already gone. The officer did a full sweep of the property, walked the perimeter, shined a flashlight into the woods. Nothing. He told me it was probably just someone passing through, maybe a prank. Don't worry, he said, unless he starts coming closer. But something about that man didn't sit right with me. It was the way he stood there, too still, too intentional. And it had happened 2 nights in a row. This wasn't someone who got lost. This was someone who knew exactly where he wanted to be. And he wanted to be here. He came back every night that week, always between 2 and 3 a.m., always standing in the same place. But on the 4th night, he stepped closer. It was subtle, 5 or 6 feet maybe, but close enough for me to make out more detail. Dark jeans, heavy coat, long, greasy hair that fell past his jaw. He didn't speak, didn't look around, just stared straight at the house. On night 5, I installed a video doorbell. It didn't cover the driveway, but I needed something to capture this. I also set up a second camera on the porch. That night, he came closer again. This time, halfway up the driveway. He stopped right outside the range of the porch camera, almost like he knew exactly where the blind spot was. I watched from the window. Same dead stare, same motionless posture. No blinking, no shifting. Just that same haunting stillness. The next night, I didn't see him through the window. I saw him on camera. He walked slowly, deliberately, up the path, onto the porch, and stopped directly in front of the door. He leaned in, so close his breath fogged the lens. He didn't ring the bell. He didn't knock. He just stared into the camera, then turned and walked away. The next morning, I reviewed the footage, and there he was, blurry in the low light, but close enough to see tired eyes, cracked lips, a face I didn't recognize and never wanted to see again. I called the sheriff's office again. This time they promised to patrol the area over the next few nights. But that didn't stop him. He came back. Same slow approach. This time he tried the door. I was awake, standing silently in the living room. I heard the faint click of the handle as he tested it. My dog growled, a low, guttural sound I'd never heard before. Then the man leaned his face against the window beside the door. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I don't know if he saw me, but he stood there, watching, for minutes, maybe longer. Then, once again, he turned and walked away. The patrol didn't catch him. He always seemed to know how to avoid them, or maybe he was just lucky. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. No more 2 a.m. lights. No more shadowed figure. No more blurred face on the camera. I checked the footage every morning, waiting, bracing. But days turned into weeks, then months. Nothing. No arrest, no follow-up, no answers. He just vanished. To this day, I don't know who he was. I don't know what he wanted. And honestly, I don't want to know. I still live in that house. Same dog, same video doorbell. And some nights, around 2 a.m., with no real reason, I wake up and I walk to the window, just to check. Because somewhere out there, I can still feel it. That man might still be watching.
I never imagined that something as routine as getting a package could leave me feeling unsafe in my own home. But over time, little things started adding up until I couldn't ignore the dread anymore. I'm a 23-year-old woman living alone in a decent neighborhood. My apartment is nice, comfortable, and I've lived here for about 2 years. Normally, our mail is dropped off at the mailboxes in the front of the building, but occasionally, packages get delivered straight to our doors. I always appreciated that, until everything changed. About a year ago, I happened to be home in the afternoon because I had taken a half day off work for a doctor's appointment. While I was relaxing in the living room, my front doorbell rang. I checked the Ring camera feed and saw that it was the mailman. Pretty normal, nothing out of the ordinary. I opened the door, smiled politely, and said, "Thanks so much," reaching for the package. But instead of handing it over and leaving, he just stared at me. Not for a second or two, 10 full seconds. It wasn't a regular look either. It was like he was staring through me. I felt a chill run down my spine. Confused, I asked, "Oh, did you need to take a picture of the delivery or something?" He didn't answer. Instead, he said very directly, "I know you. I've seen you before." That was the first moment I realized something was wrong. You can actually see my whole reaction on the Ring footage, how my face instantly shifted. I moved slightly behind the door and replied, "I'm sorry, I don't think we've met," trying to stay polite while shutting the conversation down. I even started closing the door, but then he took a step forward and raised his voice just slightly. "I've seen your name on your mail. I found you on Instagram." My heart dropped. All I could say was, "Me?" I froze, paralyzed like a deer in headlights. Then he continued, "Yeah, you're a person of interest for me on Instagram. Your account was private, but you're really pretty." I gave a flat, uncomfortable thanks, physically grabbed the package from his hand, slammed the door, and locked it immediately. I stood behind the door, trying to process what had just happened. I was so glad I had the whole thing recorded. I showed the video to my boyfriend at the time. He agreed it was more than weird. Weird, I could deal with, but it was what happened next that truly unsettled me. A few days later, on a Saturday, I heard the doorbell again. The same mailman. He rang it 10 times. Not quickly, but spaced out, like he was waiting between each ring. I didn't answer. I watched him on the camera, just standing there, staring at my apartment number. What kind of mailman has time to wait like that? I finally spoke through the ring. "Hi, can you just leave any mail you have? Thanks." He replied, "I actually don't have any mail for you today. I just wanted to come by and say hi. Can I come in for a glass of water?" Again, I froze. What kind of professional does that? I said nothing.
I just waited until he left and then replayed the encounter over and over in my mind. 2 weeks went by. I tried to convince myself I had overreacted. Maybe he was just awkward or lonely. Maybe it was nothing. But then one morning, I got a call from my boyfriend. He had spent the night at my place. He told me to check the Ring camera immediately. The mailman had come back. I pulled up the video and there he was, at my door, ringing the bell. No package in his hands, just standing there, looking stunned when my boyfriend answered instead of me. My boyfriend asked, "Can I help you?" And the man replied, "Yeah, where's that small girl who lives here?" That sentence hit me like a punch in the gut. I'm just under 5 feet tall and weigh maybe 100 pounds. The way he described me, it felt rehearsed, like he had studied me, memorized me. My boyfriend didn't miss a beat. He said, "I live here too, and from now on, leave all of our packages downstairs. There's no reason for you to come to the door anymore." Then he slammed the door shut. I was so relieved. At the time, my boyfriend only stayed over a couple of nights a week, but his presence clearly made a difference. After that, I never saw the mailman again. Time passed. My boyfriend and I eventually broke up, and honestly, I stopped thinking about the whole situation until today. I was coming home and walked into the building just as he was walking out. We made eye contact. I tried to move past him quickly, avoiding any conversation, but he turned, matched my pace, and said, "Hey, I haven't seen that guy who used to live with you in a while. Did he move out?" I panicked. I walked faster, fumbling with my keys. I managed to lie. "Oh, he's around." Then, as I opened my door, I called out loudly, "Hey, honey, I'm home," before slamming it behind me. I don't know why I said that. Maybe just instinct, trying to create the illusion I wasn't alone. But the way he said it, "that guy who used to live with you," it was like he'd been keeping tabs, like he knew I was alone again. So now I'm writing all of this down, trying to figure out, am I overreacting? Am I just being paranoid? Or is this as disturbing as it feels? Because to me, it feels like this man crossed a boundary, not once, but multiple times. And I can't shake the feeling that I'm not just imagining the danger. What do you think? Is this normal, or is this something I should be seriously worried about?
Some stories don't begin with a bang. They begin with silence, with memories that were never yours to begin with. This is one of those stories, and I'm still trying to understand how much of my life was mine at all. To give some obligatory background, I had a childhood, a terrible one. I don't remember anything from birth until I turned 13. Everything I know from those years comes from scattered memories, secondhand stories from family, and police reports. But there's one memory that stuck, a woman I called Auntie. No first name, no last name, no idea who she really was. Just Auntie. I started seeing her when I was 7. I'd sit in her living room while she typed everything I said into her laptop. She was calm, soft-spoken, and seemed trustworthy. I saw her once a month, and she made me feel like I could open up, so I did. By the time I was 14, I confided in her that I had tried to end my life several times. There were a lot of reasons: my mom's growing toxicity, the crushing isolation, and above all, the trauma from my early childhood, trauma I couldn't fully remember but never stopped feeling. Even back then, I began to question why I was still seeing Auntie. I never felt better.
I asked my mom once on the way to another session if I could see someone else, someone who might actually help. She snapped at me to shut up. That was the beginning of the breakdown between us. I cried to Auntie about how unsafe and unheard I felt at home. But instead of validating me, Auntie always defended my mother. She'd downplay everything or suggest I was overreacting. At the time, I made excuses for her. Maybe she was trying to help me heal by helping me understand my mom. Maybe that was her process, but it wasn't. As I got older, Auntie's responses veered further off track. At 16, I was sneaking out to parties, drinking, hiding it all from my family. Then one day, during a session, Auntie asked me something weirdly specific, something she shouldn't have known unless someone told her. I brushed it off at first, thinking she knew me so well she could guess things. But by 17, she wasn't asking questions anymore. She was stating facts, mentioning parties, details, secrets I'd never spoken aloud. The illusion shattered. And what truly broke me, and still haunts me, is how every session ended. Auntie would call my mom into the room and repeat nearly everything I had just said, verbatim. She'd quote me in front of my abuser. I'd sit frozen as she relayed details about the emotional abuse directly to the one causing it. My grades collapsed. I wasn't allowed outside anymore. I became even more isolated. On my birthday that year, I tried one more time to take my life. Desperate, I went into my mom's room looking for something, anything. I ended up in her walk-in closet, and in the corner, under some hanging clothes, there was a suitcase. It looked too clean to be old. Inside were stacks of papers, pages and pages of transcripts. My transcripts. It was every session with Auntie, neatly typed, dated, and stored, going all the way back to when I was 7. I felt physically sick. I took a few of the older transcripts quietly, hoping no one would notice. That night, after reading them, my mind went to a very dark place. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I gave myself a silent deadline. Figure out what the hell was going on before I turned 18. From then on, I paid attention. I watched Auntie during our sessions. I looked around her house. I asked my mom more about who she really was. Every time, the same answer. She's a psychologist. Eventually, I did something risky, something that could have gone horribly wrong. I stole my mom's phone. She was in the shower, and I had a bag packed in case I needed to disappear. I bolted, didn't even look at the phone until I was on a random bus. I searched through her texts, found Auntie quickly, though under a different name. Their conversations were casual, full of appointment bookings and everyday chatting. No smoking gun. Then I checked the call logs. They talked constantly. Of course they did. The real conversations weren't happening through text. They were happening on the phone, untraceable. I sat on a curb, emotionally drained, scrolling through my mom's social media, trying to find Auntie's real identity. And then, almost by accident, I found her. She was buried in her followers. Her username was strange, unrelated to her name, but the photos, those were unmistakable. There she was with my mom's friends, and deep in her feed, an old photo of her and my mom, together from years ago. They'd been friends long before I was even born. That's when it all clicked. The transcripts, the constant betrayal, the way she always defended my mom. Auntie wasn't a psychologist. She was a family friend, playing a role. I went home that night and got beaten for stealing the phone, but I barely felt it. I had only one question burning in my mind. Who is Auntie, really? My mom couldn't answer. Things never completely blew up. But when I turned 18, I left for college. I was lucky. I had a friend who let me stay with him, and we ended up at the same school. He's still one of my closest friends today. Honestly, he saved my life. What gave me final closure happened while I was cleaning out my Instagram account. I was removing random followers when I saw a familiar, weird username. It was her. She had been following me all this time, quiet, watching, never interacting. I looked up the account. It linked to a Facebook profile, and there, in her bio, were the words that finally broke me. Chemistry teacher with over 20 years of experience, not a psychologist. Never was, never will be. I broke down. All the invasive questions, all the manipulation, the sessions that weren't therapy, the years of being isolated under the illusion of healing, all orchestrated by a woman who was just my mother's friend. Even now, I mourn the time I lost. While others in their early 20s build their lives, make friends, create memories, I'm just trying to rebuild from wreckage. 2 days ago, I had my first session with a real psychologist. I did my research. I sat down, nervous, awkwardly explaining why I was there, ashamed of how surreal it all sounded. He just smiled and said, "Sounds like we've got a lot of work to do." Yeah, we definitely do. I'm sharing this in case someone out there has experienced something similar. Therapy gone wrong, or growing up in a carefully constructed lie. From what people tell me, it gets better, slowly, with the right people in your corner, and a little bit of luck. As for Auntie, I think you already know how I feel. Let's not ever meet again.
There are friendships that begin with kindness and end in quiet horror. I never thought a pregnancy would leave me questioning not only my body, but the people I trusted. What I experienced wasn't overtly terrifying, but it left me with an unease I still can't shake, even more than a year later. I was 22 when I got pregnant with my son, who's now 10 months old. My relationship with my husband, 26 at the time, was strong, but my relationship with my own parents was non-existent. Narcissistic, emotionally abusive, and unwilling to change, they were completely out of my life. And while it felt like the right choice, it left me scared and isolated. There are things you need a mother for, and pregnancy is definitely one of them. That's when I started leaning on Emma. She was a 25-year-old friend of mine, recently unemployed for reasons she never really shared. She used to be a nanny and often talked about babies like she was some sort of expert. I was home on medical leave due to a difficult pregnancy and would text Emma a lot. Looking back, the first red flag should have been her reaction when I told her I was pregnant. "I knew it," she said. "I had a vision. I just felt it in the air." Odd? Yes, but I chalked it up to her being eccentric. My husband, though, was uneasy. He didn't like me talking to Emma. She had previously dated his best friend, Edward, and made some disturbing claims about him after they broke up. Abuse, manipulation, betrayal. It was messy. As a survivor of abuse myself, I wanted to believe her, but my gut should have known better. When I confided in her that I had no support system, she offered everything. "I can be your family," she said. "I can throw you a baby shower. I even trained as a doula." At the time, I was too naive and lonely to question it. I accepted. She started showering me with gifts: crackers, ginger candies, baby CDs, stretch mark creams, thoughtful but strangely personal. When I struggled with nausea and my doctor dismissed me, Emma said she had something better. She gave me natural pills, herbal, holistic, and supposedly used by her former patients. I later realized they were unapproved supplements from a pyramid scheme. I took one, violently threw up. When I told her, she said, "Keep forcing them into your body until it takes." That's when I told my husband everything. He was livid. Emma had been visiting me while he was at work, and now he was seeing just how deeply she'd embedded herself into our lives. I asked Emma about her doula training. She admitted she had none. Her previous patient was her sister. "But it's God's calling," she insisted. "Stay by me. I'll guide you." Red flags turned into blaring sirens. She said she had an invisible illness, describing vague symptoms: weak muscles, wobbly bones, undiagnosed pain. When I asked for specifics, she threw around the word fibromyalgia, but everything felt inconsistent, unprovable. I invited her to a Thanksgiving party. That night, a close friend pulled me aside, shaking. "Emma's been talking about your past abuse. She says you were going nowhere until she came along." The friend had never even met Emma. I began to distance myself. Emma was still in a group chat where I gave pregnancy updates. Whenever I mentioned something, back pain, nausea, suddenly she had it too. Then came the tipping point. "You're not handicapped like me," she said. "You're just pregnant. Your updates are offensive." I removed her from the chat. Most friends supported me, but Emma didn't go quietly. She faded for a while, claimed she'd spent time in a mental hospital, then reappeared with baby gifts, all with lions, clothes, toys, even a card for the little lion. It felt possessive, like she was trying to brand my child. My husband came home while she visited, and she was openly hostile. "Good luck with cloth diapers. You clearly don't know what you're doing." Her husband picked her up and hugged me. Odd, Emma had told me he was autistic and didn't like physical contact. When we later asked him about it, he said he wasn't autistic at all. She had made it up. We decided no more Emma. She could come to the baby shower, but that would be it. The night before the shower, she texted me, furious. "You bought a pack and play? I got you a bassinet. You ignored my advice." She sent me a storm of texts accusing me of bad decisions, poor research, ignoring safety. Just because you're the mom doesn't mean all the decisions are yours. Yes, it does. She ended by saying she was shaking. I turned off my phone. At the shower, she came, gave me a bassinet covered in lions, a box of old clothes. One onesie read, "Loved by my dead grandfather in heaven." I still don't understand that one. That was the last I saw her, but not the last I heard from her. Months later, she texted me again. She was getting divorced, she said, wanted my support. We saw her ex at a party. He said she was verbally abusive and delusional. He even saw 3 doctors just to prove he wasn't autistic, like she'd claimed. And Edward, her ex-boyfriend and my husband's friend, quietly said something that chilled me. I once picked her up from a psychiatric hospital. She's bipolar and schizophrenic. Whether true or not, I'll never know for sure. But recently, I checked Emma's Facebook.
One of her new friends is pregnant. And under a photo, she commented, "I love my friends' babies as if they were my own. God help her. And whatever you do, don't take those pills."
I'm going to change a few details here for anonymity, but this story really messed with my head, and it took me a long time to process everything that happened. About 10 years ago, I was studying abroad. I didn't know many people in the country I had moved to, so I was relieved to find a shared house with a group of people around my age. They were laid back, fun, and quickly became close friends. We hung out all the time, smoked a lot of weed, and life seemed almost perfect. One of my roommates had a friend named Frank who came by the house regularly. He immediately stood out, probably twice our age, intense, and had a strange energy that put me on edge. The first time I met Frank, he gave me a suspicious look and started firing off all kinds of personal questions, as if trying to size me up. It felt more like an interrogation than a conversation. Still, Frank had this odd charm. He was funny, always cracking jokes, and never showed up empty-handed, usually bringing pizza, which made him popular with everyone. Curious about him, I asked one of my friends what Frank's story was. That's when I learned something disturbing. Apparently, the year before, Frank had discovered his wife and her 2 brothers brutally murdered in their apartment. He was actually under investigation for it, but my roommate insisted there was no way he could have done it. This admission stopped me cold. How could they be so sure he wasn't involved? And why were they so comfortable hanging out with someone who might have killed 3 people? I didn't say much, but from that moment on, I started seeing Frank in a very different light. As time passed, Frank became a nearly daily presence in the house. The more I observed him, the more I realized how manipulative and calculating he was. He said just the right things to keep everyone on his side. Over time, I learned more about his background. He'd been in a gang in his youth, spent years in prison for violent offenses. Nothing I learned made me feel any better. Eventually, the police publicly named Frank as a suspect. The case had become the biggest criminal investigation in our area. He was interrogated, but released due to lack of evidence. Once back at our place, he spun the whole thing as a conspiracy against him. My roommates ate it all up, and I felt like the only one who saw through the act. It made me feel isolated, maybe even a little paranoid. Frank must have picked up on my unease, because one night he pulled me aside and asked if I believed he was innocent. I lied and said I did. Honestly, I was scared. This guy gave me a bad feeling deep in my gut every time he was around. He then told me his version of what had happened that day. His story was detailed and just as chilling. What shocked me most was that a few days later, he casually joked about it. Who jokes about a triple murder unless something is seriously wrong with them? That's when I started researching psychopathy. The more I read, the more convinced I became that Frank checked every box. I couldn't shake the fear that he had some kind of plan and that we were all somehow part of it. I became convinced he might try to kill me and my roommates, but I couldn't talk to them about it. They were completely under his spell. At one point, I even started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. That's how scared I was. I couldn't relax in my own home, imagining waking up to him standing over me. It was a horrible time in my life. To make things worse, the police got tipped off about the relatively large amount of weed in our house and started raiding the place. 2 of my roommates were ultimately arrested, and our household fell apart. On the day I moved out, Frank actually helped me carry some of my stuff to the car.
Standing outside, smoking a cigarette, he gave me a look I'll never forget and said, "Hey man, I actually planned on killing you, but you're all right." He said it so casually, as if it were a joke, but I couldn't see it as one. I believed him. That comment still rings in my ears to this day. Shortly after, Frank was arrested again, but this time there was no getting out. The charges stuck, and a massive trial followed, lasting several years. During that time, I built a new life, found new friends, and began feeling normal again. Only then did I truly grasp how deeply messed up the whole situation was. I had been living under the same roof with someone I genuinely believe was capable of taking my life. Back home, I followed the trial closely. Everything that came out in court confirmed what I had felt all along. Frank was dangerous, manipulative, and utterly without remorse. Eventually, he was convicted and sentenced to 4 life terms. Thank God he will never be free again.
A van, a rest stop, and a gut feeling that saved my life. I'm a proud Fijian, and back in the early 2000s, I was attending college in South Florida. My family, however, still lived in our hometown in the Florida Panhandle, about a 7-hour drive north through the center of the state. Because of the long distance, I usually only went home during major holidays. It was Thanksgiving of my junior year, and I was thrilled that I had managed to rearrange my midterms. That meant I could leave campus 3 days earlier than most students. I was expecting light traffic and looking forward to a smooth, quiet trip back home. Before leaving, my roommates and I decided to have one last dinner together in the campus dining hall. I ate around 4 p.m. and hit the road around 5:30. Around 10 p.m., I had just passed the familiar 2/3 mark of my journey, a stretch where I always stopped at this charming little mom-and-pop diner by the side of the highway. It was my go-to place for a snack, a bathroom break, and a quick call home to check in with my dad. This was still the early 2000s. Cell phones weren't yet a given, so I used a payphone. But when I pulled off the road and approached the diner, my heart sank. It had gone out of business since the summer. No warm pancakes, no familiar lights, just darkness and an empty building. Disappointed but not deterred, I decided to keep driving. There wasn't much development in that part of Florida at the time, just stretches of road and patches of trees. So when I saw signs for a rest stop in a town called Alachua, a place I'd never even heard of, I took the exit. I pulled into the lot, deliberately choosing a spot directly under a tall streetlight for safety. I used the facilities, called my dad, and went about my routine. The place seemed deserted, except for one woman. She looked absolutely exhausted. She approached me hesitantly and explained that she was traveling with her husband and 2 young children from Virginia. They had made a wrong turn on their way to Disney World. Her story was casual, almost too casual, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I wished her luck, then started heading back to my car. But that's when I saw it. A beat-up, unmarked van, gray or maybe a faded blue, parked extremely close to the driver's side of my 1995 Honda Civic. Like door-to-door close, uncomfortably close. It struck me immediately as odd. The woman had just told me they were from Virginia, but this van had Florida plates. That wasn't her vehicle. And whoever had parked it had done so deliberately on my side of the car. A cold wave of panic hit me. My instincts screamed danger. I didn't get in my car. I turned around fast and walked right back into the rest stop. That's when I bumped into a man with 2 little boys.
To my surprise, it was her husband. He confirmed she was his wife, and I felt a little safer explaining the situation to him. I told him about the van, about how close it was, and how wrong the whole thing felt. He didn't hesitate. He left his kids with his wife and casually strolled over to investigate the van. I stood back, watching nervously. Then I heard his voice cut through the silence. It cracked slightly, but he raised it enough for everyone in the parking lot to hear. "Excuse me, gentlemen, we've already called the police. I'm going to have to politely suggest that you leave, now." He turned around, rushed back to us, grabbed his wife and kids, and pointed at me with urgency. "You, come with us, get in the car, now." I didn't question it. We all ran. In a blur, I found myself sitting in the back seat of a complete stranger's SUV while he rushed to the payphone. I watched him dial what I assume was 911, and within seconds we saw the van peel out of the parking lot. And when I say peel out, I mean they tore out of there like their lives depended on it. Tires screeched, rubber burned, they even jumped a curb trying to flee. It would have been comical if it wasn't so horrifying. The police arrived not long after, and the man explained everything to the responding officers. Here's what he saw when he approached the van. Because I'd parked under the streetlight, he could see inside clearly. The interior had been gutted. All the seats were gone except for the driver's. A man was sitting behind the wheel, and another man was crouched in the back. The back of the van was lined with a tarp, and there were random tools and other objects scattered around. The two men weren't reading a map or a newspaper or even pretending to be asleep. They were just sitting there, waiting for me. Even now, more than 20 years later, I still get sick thinking about it. What would have happened if I had gone back to my car? What if I hadn't trusted my gut? There's no doubt in my mind, those men weren't planning to take me to Disney World. And I thank God I'll never know where they were planning to take me.
About 5 months ago, a friend of mine was expelled from college due to his failing grades. He still had months left on his lease, but with no reason to stay in the city, he moved back home. Before leaving, he offered me a deal I couldn't refuse. Take over the lease for half the rent. It sounded too good to be true. Maybe it was. I had just graduated, jobless, and still living with my parents. So I figured this was the push I needed for a fresh start. The house was nice, 3 floors, a basement, right near the University of my all. I knew the area well and had always felt safe there. There were 5 bedrooms. Mine was in the basement, along with another girl's. The other 3 girls lived upstairs. At first, I was hesitant about being the only guy in a house with 3 women I barely knew, but they turned out to be easygoing, respectful, and surprisingly fun. They were all still in school and usually left for their hometowns on weekends, leaving the place eerily quiet. But there's something I didn't mention yet, something that's been haunting me ever since. Shortly after the girls moved in, one of them had a seizure and died in her room. It was devastating. The landlord, out of respect, decided to leave her room locked and unrented. After her parents came to collect her things, the door was shut, permanently. Or so we thought. I never went near that room. It sat on the 2nd floor, untouched. Or again, so we thought. The first weekend I moved in, nothing happened. I spent a night at my boyfriend's place, then we crashed at the house after a night of drinking. We were too buzzed to notice anything unusual.
But the second weekend was different. I stayed home alone, couldn't sleep. The silence felt unnatural. From upstairs, I heard soft thumps, distant, deliberate. I told myself someone must have stayed behind, but I knew the basement roommate was gone. Her door was wide open and her car was missing. Still, I brushed it off. Later that month, I heard a toilet flush upstairs in the dead of night. Again, no one was supposed to be home. I thought about investigating, but told myself I was just being paranoid. I kept rationalizing everything, like some dumb character in a horror movie. Noises, pipes, footsteps, the house settling. I refused to admit what I already sensed. Something was off. One night, I got up for water. The basement girl's door was open. She was gone. I went back to bed. But then I heard footsteps coming down the stairs into the basement. My heart pounded. I called out, thinking maybe one of the girls had come back early. No answer, but I heard the steps retreat. That was the first time I truly felt afraid. After that, I started avoiding weekends at the house. My boyfriend lived close, so I stayed with him. Eventually, we created a Facebook group for the house to coordinate things. I mentioned the strange noises, hoping someone else had noticed. They laughed. "LMA, you're so funny," the girls replied. My boyfriend said I was just imagining things. No one believed me, because I never claimed it was a ghost. I just said it felt wrong. Soon, the girls began posting updates when they were leaving for the weekend, always with a joke. "I won't be home, watch out for ghosts." One weekend, all 3 girls confirmed they'd be away. My boyfriend was on the night shift, so I had to stay alone. While on the phone with him, I heard footsteps. This time, they weren't faint. They were slow, heavy, upstairs. I crept toward the sound. As I reached the main floor, the footsteps retreated up to the second floor. The kitchen was empty. All the doors were locked. Nothing added up. That night broke something in me. I told the others again. They waved it off. Old house, they said. My boyfriend couldn't stay over anymore, and I couldn't sleep there alone. So I started spending weekends at my parents' house. We kept updating the Facebook group. Then came the Friday night that changed everything. This is what the page looked like. Roommate 1, not sleeping at home. Roommate 2, not sleeping at home. Roommate 3, staying home, midterms. Me, I'll be at my parents' place. The next morning, I got a frantic message. The roommate who stayed behind had been attacked. She was up late studying when she heard a sound outside her door. Thinking maybe someone had come home, she opened it. Standing in the hallway was a man, filthy, wild-eyed, emerging from the dead girl's room. She described him in disturbing detail. Greasy hair, a long, jagged fingernail, yellowed skin, a patchy beard that looked caked in dirt. When he saw her, he smiled, then raised a finger to his lips. "Shh!" She screamed and tried to shut the door. He lunged, grabbed her. "I'm not going to rape you," he snarled, "but shut the fuck up." He beat her, not enough to knock her out, but enough to keep her down. Then he walked out of the house, calmly. The police came quickly. What they found upstairs was worse than any of us imagined. The door to the dead girl's room stood wide open. Inside was a small, filthy mattress and a few belongings. The man had been living in that room for weeks, maybe even months, possibly since before I moved in.
They think he came in through a window and made it his home. That's why I kept hearing footsteps. That's why the noises never made sense. He was there the entire time, hiding, moving only when the house was empty. And my presence ruined his schedule. The police questioned all of us, especially me, because I had reported noises no one took seriously. Some roommates started wondering if the girl had really died from a seizure after all. I don't think so. The autopsy would have shown that. But still, something about the whole thing feels wrong. They're investigating the landlord now. How did this man know the room would be empty? Did someone tell him? I don't want to believe the landlord was involved, but the police aren't so sure. The man still hasn't been caught. They say they're optimistic, whatever that means. As for me, I lost my job. My lease is ending soon. I don't know where I'll go next. But one thing's for sure, I will never spend another weekend in that house. Not ever again.
The detention that never happened. Back when I was in high school, I wasn't what you'd call a hard-working student. I wasn't disruptive either, just lazy. I did the bare minimum to avoid getting in trouble with my parents. Schoolwork always came easily to me, so I never really tried. Most of my classes were spent doodling in my notebooks, drifting through the day without consequences. My junior year math teacher was one of those strict, no-nonsense types. But he also had this quiet, almost unsettling softness, a calm that felt too controlled. He clearly saw through my lack of effort and didn't hide his frustration. I wasn't failing, my grades hovered around a B, but occasionally I would bomb a test. During a parent-teacher conference, he told my mom that I was wasting my potential and that my laziness was infuriating. My mom agreed. In fact, she told him she wouldn't mind if he pushed me harder, even if that meant punishing me. After that, things changed. He started singling me out in class, always calling on me first, sitting next to me during exercises, hovering over me during tests, and whispering, "You can do it, John." At that age, nothing is more humiliating than being the center of attention. My classmates noticed. They began teasing me, joking that the math teacher was obsessed with me. Right before Christmas break, he surprised the class with a little party. Chocolates, non-alcoholic champagne. He even poured me a second glass, saying I deserved it for the progress I'd made. His constant attention had pushed me to work harder, and my grade was now an A-. I accepted the drink, but didn't finish it. I'm diabetic, and I'd already eaten too much chocolate. The next day, I felt wrong, dizzy, weak. I nearly fainted and had to spend the day in the nurse's office. At the time, I chalked it up to sugar overload. Still, it didn't feel like my usual diabetic symptoms. But the feeling passed, and I stopped thinking about it. A few weeks later, we hosted a charity event, our version of prom. It was a formal night, music, decorations, and students dressed to impress. My math teacher volunteered to help at the bar, making mocktails. He made one for me, but before I could take a sip, a classmate named Flora poured vodka into it. Alcohol was banned at the event, and I was furious, especially because alcohol and diabetes don't mix. I told her to just dump the drink. At the time, I thought she did. Now, I'm not so sure. The night spiraled quickly. Several students got drunk and started breaking things. Flora passed out cold and was rushed to the hospital with alcohol poisoning. It turned out to be serious, almost fatal.
The school was livid. We got a harsh lecture the next day, and Flora was expelled. I was angry. She'd ruined what should have been a beautiful night. I cut ties with her and never checked in. That's something I regret now. To this day, I don't know whether Flora got sick from the alcohol or from the cocktail that had originally been meant for me. Not long after, I failed a math test. I hadn't bombed one in a while. My teacher snapped. Right there in front of everyone, he screamed at me, called me a disappointment, told me I was hopeless, that I'd end up homeless. But it was the look in his eyes that truly shook me, something unhinged. I started crying. After class, instead of apologizing, he gave me detention. I was stunned. Detention for failing a test? But then he added something strange. He wanted to personally supervise it, and the only time he was available was from 5 to 6 p.m. Problem was, the only school bus left at 5. I lived far from school. If I stayed, I'd have to call my parents to pick me up, and they'd find out about the detention. At first, I planned to go. I wasn't a rule breaker. But throughout the day, I confided in friends, and their concern gave me courage. I arranged for one of them to pick me up instead. At 5 p.m., I walked toward the detention room, still grumbling about how unfair it all was, until I noticed something. The room was empty. I was the only student assigned detention. Just me, alone, with him. It was already dark outside. Everything in me screamed, "Don't go in." Then I saw him approaching from down the hall, calm, smiling. I panicked. I muttered something about a family emergency, turned on my heel, and bolted. He shouted after me, saying I was being disobedient and that he would call my parents. I didn't care. I sprinted to the bus stop and made it just in time. When I got home, I was shaking. I waited all evening for the fallout, but nothing. My parents didn't mention the teacher. No angry lecture, no questions. He hadn't called them. The next day, I showed up for class like normal, but he didn't. Nor the next day, nor the next week. Eventually, we were told he had resigned. A school counselor visited our class and asked if anyone wanted to talk about him, but we had no idea what was going on, so we said nothing. And that was the end of it. Or so I thought. Years later, I became a teacher myself. Funny, considering how lazy I used to be. One day, I casually mentioned my old math teacher's name to an older colleague. The moment she realized who I was talking about, her face went pale. And then, she told me everything. A few days after I skipped detention, he was arrested, caught downloading child pornography and disturbing content from the dark web. And that wasn't all. The investigation found entire hard drives filled with similar content. This had been going on for years. They never found evidence of him physically abusing students, but you can imagine what I started to wonder. What if I hadn't caught that bus? What if I had gone into that room? What exactly had he planned for that hour of detention? Maybe it would have been nothing. Or maybe that single choice, the decision to run, saved my life. I'll never know, but I still think about it.
Back in 2010, I was living in Quincy, Massachusetts with my husband, our newborn baby, and a roommate. It was a quiet Saturday morning, and I finally took a much-needed break from baby duties to run some errands and enjoy a little alone time. My first stop was the local Radio Shack to grab a phone accessory I needed. As I stepped out of the store, I was lost in thought, mentally juggling my to-do list while soaking in the rare silence that came with not having a baby on my hip. That peaceful moment shattered when a voice suddenly called out, "Excuse me, miss, can you help me, please?" Startled, I turned and saw an older man. My first thought was, Italian grandpa. Everything about him looked beige, from his khaki slacks, brown cardigan, and tweed flat cap, to his sandy-colored mustache. Even the large town car he stood next to seemed washed out, like an old bottle of champagne left in the sun. I hesitated. I've always believed in helping people, but something felt off. Still, I asked, "What do you need?" He smiled gently and said, "There's something wrong with my car." Holding up a key fob, he added, "When I press this, my doors won't lock. Very strange. Could you come take a look?" He gestured toward the car and clicked the fob for demonstration. I paused, still unsure. "I don't really know anything about cars," I told him, glancing toward the Radio Shack. "Maybe someone inside can help you." But he shook his head. No, I think we can figure it out together. Just come here and take a look." His insistence grew, though his smile never faded. Something about that combination sent chills down my spine. Then he moved to the back of the car and popped open the trunk. "The doors won't lock," he said again, "but the trunk still works. Look at this. Come see." That was the turning point. My confusion sharpened into fear. A stronger instinct kicked in. I started backing away, repeating firmly, "I really can't help you. Just ask someone inside the shop." He looked frustrated, even angry now. He waved at me one last time, but I turned and walked briskly to my own car. Behind me, I heard a trunk slam shut, tire screech, and the champagne-colored car vanish from the parking lot. I drove off, rattled. The whole encounter gnawed at me. Was he just a confused old man needing help? Had I overreacted? Later that day, I told my husband and roommate about what happened, expecting some light teasing for being paranoid. But instead, they stared at me with wide eyes. My husband said gravely, "Honey, that man was trying to kidnap you." I hadn't called the police. I didn't have a license plate number, and it didn't feel like something that could be reported. A man asking for help with his car? It didn't seem like harassment at the time. Still, his strange behavior lingered in my memory. Months passed. One day, on a random whim, I decided to Google attempted kidnappings in Quincy. I hoped to find nothing, that maybe it had all been an innocent, if awkward, misunderstanding. But what I found made my stomach drop. A news article appeared. Quincy man accused of attempting to kidnap 20-year-old woman. My blood ran cold. The mugshot staring back at me was the same man from that parking lot. A follow-up article confirmed he lived just a few blocks from where I used to live. My mind raced. Was I his first attempt? Or had he done this many times before? I'll never know the full truth, but I do know one thing. I was lucky, and I've never ignored my instincts again. The Trunk, a Christmas Eve I'll never forget. This happened back in 2019, during my second year of college. I was living in a small townhome, just a 10-minute walk from campus. I shared the place with 2 other girls, but they'd gone home for the holidays. I stayed behind because I worked in healthcare and had been scheduled to work Christmas Day. A little background. There were originally 4 of us living in that house. But one roommate moved out after months of drama involving her boyfriend, an aggressive, manipulative guy who treated both her and us like garbage. What began as occasional visits turned into him practically living with us. It all boiled over the night he got physical with her and verbally lashed out at the rest of us. We told her he had to go. She refused, so we told her we'd involve the landlord. She packed up and left on very bad terms. Side note, I've been in an abusive relationship before, physical and emotional, so I tried to help her for a long time. But eventually, it became a matter of safety for everyone. Now, back to Christmas Eve. It was late. I had to work early the next morning, so I got ready for bed, made sure every door was locked, turned off all the lights, and went downstairs to my basement bedroom. I lay in bed for a while, mindlessly scrolling TikTok until it was officially Christmas Day. That's when I heard it. A sound above me, like a kitchen chair scraping the floor. The kitchen was directly over my bedroom. At first, I shrugged it off. The walls were thin and our neighbors could be loud. But then I remembered. One of them had asked me earlier that week to bring in a package because they'd already left town. The house above me should have been empty. So who was moving a chair? Before I could make sense of it, my bedroom door began to open. Slowly, quietly. In that moment, my brain flashed back to something my second-grade teacher once said. If someone ever breaks into your house, pretend you're asleep. They're less likely to hurt you. But I couldn't fake it. My phone screen was still lit, shining directly on my face like a spotlight. I froze, staring at the door. And then I saw it. A person, just standing there, 1 foot inside my room. The door cracked open, and we locked eyes. I was paralyzed with fear. We stared at each other, both completely silent. It felt like time froze. 10 seconds felt like 10 minutes. Then, without a word, the figure slowly pulled back, closed the door, and disappeared. I lay there, heart pounding in the darkness. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I noticed the backward baseball cap he was wearing. My eyes were still adjusting from the glare of the phone. I knew I had to call the police, but I hesitated. I shared a phone plan with my parents, and they'd be notified if I made an emergency call. I didn't want to scare them. I also didn't know if the intruder was still inside. I was terrified he'd hear me. So instead, I texted the guy I was dating at the time. Some random guy just broke into my house and came into my room. That snapped me out of the panic. He immediately replied, "Call the police right now." So I did. The dispatcher asked if I felt safe enough to unlock the front door for the officers. I said absolutely not. There was no way I was going upstairs alone. A few minutes later, I saw flashlights outside my window and heard the officers calling out. They came in, asked where I was, and carefully escorted me out onto the back porch. 2 officers searched the house while another stayed with me. It felt surreal, like a scene from a movie. Flashlights cutting through darkness, weapons drawn, clearing every room. They didn't find anyone. Nothing had been taken. They tried to dust for fingerprints, but came up empty. Then came the worst part. They told me the back door was unlocked. No sign of forced entry. I was certain I'd locked it. I knew I had. The guy I was seeing stayed with me that night, but I didn't sleep. Not even a minute.
I kept getting up, checking the doors, searching every room. I dragged chairs under every handle, front door, back door, bedroom door. I was on edge the entire night. The next day, I told my landlord what had happened. Her response: she refused to change the locks. She even bragged, yes, bragged, that she'd never changed a lock in her life and wasn't going to start now. I was speechless. Now, every night before bed, I double and triple check every door and window. I've since gotten a dog, which helps. I also have a Ring doorbell now. But that night still haunts me. I never found out exactly who the intruder was, but deep down, I believe it was the ex-boyfriend, the one who used to stay in the house. I think she may have made a copy of a key for him. What still confuses me is why? He didn't hurt me. He didn't steal anything. If it was a random intruder, wouldn't they have done something? Whatever his motive was, I'm just grateful that night didn't end worse. It cost me some peace of mind, but not my life. And to the man who broke into my house on Christmas Eve, let's never meet again.
Kingdom. My story takes a dark turn in the fall of 2009. I was a junior in high school, living in a quiet, small town in Ohio, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, and nothing truly shocking ever seems to happen. That's when I started dating Perry. He was my first real boyfriend. Charming, funny, a senior with friends who were dating my friends. He was well liked at school, and what thrilled me even more was that my strict parents, who rarely approved of anything, actually seemed to like him too. Around them, Perry was quiet, polite, always saying thank you and yes, ma'am. It made everything feel safe. He lived just down the street, and since my parents were in the middle of a bitter divorce, I found myself spending more and more time at his place rather than mine. Perry lived with Chris, not his biological father, but the man he had lived with since he was 13. Chris was an adolescent counselor, the kind of person who listened more than he spoke. He had met Perry while working with foster kids and had taken him in. Their house, along with their pug, Murphy, felt like a strange kind of haven. At first, Perry didn't share much about his past. I knew it wasn't easy. Something about children's services, a tough childhood, the usual whispers. But we didn't talk about it. We were teenagers. We watched movies, hung out, laughed with Chris, who was honestly a joy to be around. I never once felt uncomfortable there. Then, one night, Perry opened up. He admitted he often had suicidal thoughts. I was stunned. The weight of that confession settled heavily in my chest. I told Chris, nervously, but I felt he had a right to know. Chris thanked me and handled it with calm wisdom. Perry and I kept dating, and I tried to support him, though I was out of my depth. By the time I became a senior, Perry had graduated, but his life stalled. No college, no military, despite his earlier plans. He stayed with Chris, worked a part-time job my dad had helped him get, and mostly drifted. Meanwhile, I was busy with school, extracurriculars, college prep. The more I grew, the more I felt Perry was pulling me backwards. Our relationship began to fray. I started to imagine a future where I wasn't constantly carrying someone else's pain. But every time I tried to walk away, Perry would threaten to hurt himself. He meant it, and I believed him. In May 2011, I graduated. Something in me snapped. My own depression was getting worse, and I knew I couldn't keep sacrificing myself. I ended it.
I told him he had to stop calling me, stop using threats to keep me around, and that was it. I mostly cut off contact. A few months later, I moved into an apartment with a friend about 30 minutes from home and close to the college I was attending. I felt free. For the first time in years, my mind started to clear. Then came the night everything changed. It was a Friday in April 2012. I had gone home for the weekend and passed by Perry's house. Police cars, lights everywhere. My stomach dropped. My first thought was obvious. Perry had done something to himself. I immediately called Kyle, a mutual friend. He hadn't heard anything. In fact, he said Perry had been at his house the day before, hanging out, cracking jokes, playing video games, acting completely normal, even driving Chris's beloved BMW, which he loved to show off. Kyle was actually at my apartment at the time, hanging out with my roommate. He had a crush on her. So I kept driving, confused, unsettled. When I got home, my phone rang. It was my mom. She had the details. Small-town life means the wives of police officers always hear things first. Perry hadn't hurt himself. He had murdered Chris, and he was on the run. I couldn't breathe. The shock hit me like a tidal wave. Chris, who had taken him in, given him a home, loved him like a son, gone, just like that. Someone had requested a wellness check after not hearing from Chris, and the police had found his body, brutally killed, left in the house they'd shared. My hands shook. Kyle and my roommate were just as horrified. We didn't feel safe. That night, we all stayed at her parents' house, locking every door and checking the windows more than once. By morning, the police had found him. Perry was driving the BMW. He was holed up in a run-down motel only 15 miles from his house, maybe 12 from my apartment. The image of him staying there alone sent a shiver through me. But the worst was yet to come. The truth spilled out over the following days, and what we learned was horrifying. Perry had killed Chris days before his body was discovered. During that time, Perry was just living his life, hanging out at Kyle's, making jokes with Kyle's little sister, playing video games like he didn't have a care in the world. Meanwhile, Chris's body was in the freezer at home. He had stuffed him there. No explanation, no warning signs that it would go that far. Perry later tried to plead insanity, but it didn't hold. He was found competent and changed his plea to guilty. He was sentenced to 30 years to life. This is where the story should end, right? But it doesn't. Because no matter how many years go by, I can't stop thinking about Chris. This isn't about me. This is about him, the victim. Chris was a light in so many lives, including mine. He was my role model, my calm in the storm, the first adult who treated me like a person when everything in my home life was crumbling. And he gave Perry everything: love, shelter, trust. He called Perry his son, and Perry killed him. The community still mourns Chris. The local youth center where he worked now bears his name, and so does the street it stands on. His impact echoes, even after death. Sometimes I lie awake wondering why. How does someone do that to the only person who ever showed them unconditional love? What darkness was inside Perry that none of us saw? In hindsight, yes, there were signs, subtle ones: manipulative behavior, passive aggression, anger under the surface. But you never imagined this. You never imagined the freezer. I was lucky. I never saw that side of him. I never experienced violence. But Chris did, and it's a gut punch that never stops hitting. I'm grateful I knew Chris. I carry his influence with me every day. He changed my life. I just wish he had gotten to live his own. And I hope wherever he is, he's finally at peace.
I always try to help others, to be a living example of kindness and compassion, and hopefully leave the world a little better than I found it. But years ago, someone important to me once said, "There's a thin line between kindness and naivety." That was something I had to learn the hard way. It happened about 12 years ago. I was 24, female, freshly single, and living alone, happily. I worked in the service industry, and one night, around 3 a.m., I was leaving work after giving a coworker a ride home. It wasn't a terrible part of town, but definitely far from ideal. As I waited at a red light, quiet streets, no people, no traffic, I noticed a man and a woman stumbling down the sidewalk to my right. Suddenly, the man knocked on my car window. I flinched. My car didn't have electric locks, and the window was already rolled down slightly. Maybe they needed help? Why else would anyone be out like that at 3 a.m.? "She broke her ankle. She can't walk," the man said. The woman was swaying, moaning in pain, or maybe she was just drunk. I frowned and said, "I can call someone for you, or there's a gas station right over there. Maybe you could—" Before I could finish, the guy yanked open the passenger door, the one my coworker hadn't locked when she got out. The woman climbed into the seat, and within seconds, the man squeezed in beside her. They were both now sitting beside me in the front seat of my Toyota Corolla. I froze, stunned. The woman's leg pressed up against my purse, which held my phone, my Kindle, and 2 weeks' worth of tip money. They reeked of alcohol. Their eyes had that vacant, glassy look, clearly high out of their minds. Then the man said, "I need you to drive us to Kroger." "You mean the Walmart just up the street?" I asked. "Drive, whatever, just drive." I stammered, "Oh, okay," and complied. I didn't know if they were armed, and I didn't want to find out. The guy was drinking from a bottle in a paper bag like it was nothing. What would they have done if I said no? They were high, unpredictable, potentially dangerous. I didn't want to escalate the situation. I forced a tight smile and tried to stay calm and polite. Maybe, just maybe, they'd decide not to harm someone who was being nice. As we drove, they tried to make conversation. The woman looked about 40, leathery skin, manic energy. One moment she was rambling complete nonsense, the next she was articulate and intelligent. Watching her bounce between clarity and delusion was surreal. She told me, "You don't need to be scared. We're not going to hurt you. We just need a ride." I nodded, kept that fake smile, and screamed internally. The man seemed older, maybe in his 60s, bald, wisps of white hair. Possibly her father? Uncle? He only spoke to give directions, and he would lose his mind if I so much changed lanes unexpectedly. As the neighborhood grew sketchier, I scanned the roads for a police cruiser, something, anything. I thought about running a red light, honking wildly, swerving to draw attention. But no luck. They started getting agitated, paranoid. I think they could sense my fear because the woman started playing with my hair and stroking my cheek. "Don't be scared," she whispered. "You're such a nice girl, so pretty, so nice." The man just chuckled.
I spotted the Kroger they mentioned, but they yelled at me to turn left into the most run-down apartment complex I'd ever seen. My heart sank. This is it, I thought. This is how I disappear. They had me idle in the parking lot. Then the guy said, "I'll be right back. Make sure she don't go nowhere. We got more stops after this." Hell no. The woman stayed in the car while he went inside one of the units. This was clearly a drug deal. And now I was part of it. Was I an accessory to a crime? Were they going to try and get me to party with them? I knew if they got me out of the car, it'd be the beginning of the end. Then the woman stretched out in her seat. I thought she was just getting comfortable, but suddenly she parted her legs and started seductively dancing in my car to My Immortal by Evanescence. She gave me a look, bit her lip, ran her hands up her thighs. "You like what you see?" she asked. Is this real? Did she just proposition me while sexy dancing to Evanescence? I kept a perfect poker face. I smiled awkwardly. "Oh, no, but thank you. I don't swing that way." I hastily slipped one of my rings onto my left ring finger and held it up. "I'm married, you see. My husband's expecting me home soon." Her expression dropped like a curtain. Anger and offense twisted across her face. "Oh, so what, you think I'm a hooker?" No, not at all. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just tired. Worked all day. It's late." She stared hard, wide-eyed, trying to focus. Then suddenly she broke into a manic smile, slumped back into her seat, and went quiet. We sat in awkward silence. I knew I had to get out. I glanced at the unit the man had entered. Then I leaned toward her with concern. "He's been gone a while. Maybe you should check on him, just to make sure he's okay." She narrowed her eyes. "You won't just drive off." I summoned every drop of calm and said sweetly, "Of course not. You promise?" "Yeah," I smiled, dying inside. "I promise." To my shock, it actually worked. She got out of the car and closed the door. I floored it, tires screeching, heart pounding. I didn't look back. I couldn't exit the complex where we entered. It was too close to where I'd dropped them off. So I pulled into another parking spot a few buildings away, turned off the car, ducked down into the seat, and called, well, not the police, not yet. Not yet. I didn't feel safe, not yet. Instead, I called a friend and completely broke down in tears. Eventually, once the adrenaline wore off, I started the car and got out of there. No one was waiting by the gate. No one was watching. I made it home about 30 minutes later and finally called the police. An officer came and took my statement. I didn't expect anything to come of it, but I wanted the incident on record in case they ever tried to find me. They knew where I worked. My uniform had my name on it. They knew what car I drove. The officer immediately recognized the area I described. High crime zone, lots of drug activity. Great. I still drive that same 2008 Corolla, but after that night, I made myself a promise. My next car will have power locks.
I'm not even entirely sure if this is the right place for this, but I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather share it. I really want to talk about it, but I can't with anyone I know because of someone else's wishes. When I was about 11, I had a regular babysitter named Jane. My brother and sister were 17 and 18 at the time, so they were either too cool to babysit me or too busy with school. Jane was around their age, but I don't think her family had much money, so she would babysit me almost every weekend instead of doing normal teenager things. My family lived in a well-off cul-de-sac in the back of a large neighborhood. It was one of those neighborhoods where the houses got nicer the further back you went. The homes near the front, closer to the main road, weren't as nice, though still not terrible. Jane lived right outside the neighborhood, near the entrance. Since I was 11 and prepubescent, I was a huge pain in the ass, but not to Jane. I saw her as my best friend. We did so many fun things together, and I could truly tell she loved me. One Saturday night, my mom was making plans for the following week. For the first time I could remember, Jane wasn't available to babysit. She had prom. She was really excited because a boy she had had a crush on for years had finally asked her out. I knew about him because she had been telling me stories since she started high school. My mom and I were both happy for her, and I saw my mom hand her way more money than usual. Jane teared up and gave us both a giant hug before she left. This was the mid-90s, and babysitters were mostly found through word of mouth. My mom heard from another neighbor that a girl who used to babysit for her had just moved back home after grad school. She lived down the street from Jane. Her name was Becky. My mom called her to see if she could babysit me that Saturday night. Becky excitedly said yes and started asking some weird questions. How tall I was, what I looked like, what color my hair was. There may have been more, but I only heard my mom's side of the conversation. When she hung up, my mom turned to my dad and said, "Wow, she sure is thorough." I was a bit nervous. Jane had been my only babysitter for years. On the rare occasions she couldn't watch me, my parents usually canceled their plans. But this time it was a work party, and my dad was being honored, so canceling wasn't really an option. A couple of days before Becky was supposed to come, I begged my mom to call Jane. I wanted to go see her in her prom dress. My mom kept saying Jane wouldn't want me there, and I could just see pictures later, but I insisted. Eventually, she called Jane and handed me the phone. "Hey there, May. How are you?" "I'm good. I wanted to know if I could come over Saturday to see you in your prom dress." "Of course you can. I'm getting my hair done, but you can come after that, maybe around 5:30. Tell your mom to call me first just to make sure I'm home." "Oh, it won't be my mom. It'll be Becky." Dead silence on the line. "Wait, what?" "Since you couldn't watch me, my mom found a girl named Becky to do it." Another long pause. "Okay, sweetie, that's fine." Jane quickly ended the call. The next day, I came home from school and saw my mom hanging up the phone, shaking her head. Poor Jane, her date doesn't want to take her anymore. They had a fight. She wanted to know if she could still watch you this Saturday. She left it up to me. I, of course, chose Jane. As usual, we had tons of fun. I didn't mention prom. I didn't want to make her sad. But then she asked if I wanted to play dress-up. We did each other's hair, I wore my mom's dresses, and we took pictures with her Polaroid. It was the best night of an 11-year-old's life. After that year, Jane went to community college. By the time she transferred to a 4-year school, I no longer needed a babysitter. We stayed in touch for a while, but eventually we both got busy and lost contact. That's where the story ended, until this past weekend. I ran into Jane at a bar. She was far from sober, actually the opposite. She looked rail thin and had what looked like track marks on her arms. It broke my heart. Jane had been one of the people I loved most in this world, at least at one time. I sat next to her and asked how she was doing. Her face lit up and gave us a huge hug. "I always knew you'd do well for yourself. Look at you, all grown up and beautiful." "You look great too, Jane." "No, I don't, but it's okay." We started talking. She kept drinking. I got the feeling she was close to blacking out. She was with some friends, so I wasn't entirely worried, but I still didn't want to leave her.
She genuinely seemed happy to see me. We reminisced. When it was my turn to share a memory, I said, "Remember when that dirtbag stood you up for prom? So we staged our own with pictures and everything? That was great." She looked at me through foggy eyes and gave a tiny smile. He didn't stand me up. That replacement babysitter was a monster. She was my babysitter when I was young. She beat me, threatened me, locked me in closets, and worse. When she was done, she'd invite her boyfriend over to do the same things. She told me that if I ever said a word, she'd kill my family, and I'd be sent to an orphanage. She took photos of me too. I had buried it all deep down, but when you said her name that day, it all came rushing back. I should have told someone, but it's too late now. I just didn't want anyone to know. I thought they'd look at me differently. Who knows what else she did? Then Jane set down her drink, gave me a hug, and said, "Good to see you," like she hadn't just dropped a bomb on me. Then she stumbled out with her boyfriend. Everything came flooding back. The weird phone conversation with Becky, Jane's silence when I mentioned her name, how Jane babysat me every weekend until I didn't need one anymore. Some might say Jane should have told someone, but she was just a kid herself, an extraordinary one. She gave up her prom to protect me. She gave up every weekend afterward to make sure I stayed safe. Jane was my guardian angel. But sadly, Jane didn't have a Jane of her own. And that breaks my heart.
I was 17 when I realized I couldn't take it anymore. Fresh out of high school, stuck at home with my parents who were driving me insane, I knew I needed to escape. I started applying for jobs anywhere and everywhere. I'd walk into stores, sometimes multiple in a day, and immediately ask, "Are you hiring?" I didn't care where I ended up. Any paycheck was a step toward freedom. One day, I learned that the local grocery store was holding a big hiring fair. They were doing mass interviews at a set time and date. This was my chance. I got up early that morning, dressed professionally, and headed over. The place was packed. People stood in a long, winding line, each of us waiting for our shot. I tried to keep myself distracted by fidgeting with my phone, but the guy in front of me kept turning around, trying to talk. He stood sideways so he could face both me and everyone behind me, as if he was holding court. "Is this your first job?" he asked. "How old are you? How far do you live from here?" It wasn't just nosy, it felt invasive. By the third question, I gave him a sarcastic look and said, "Didn't realize you were the one interviewing me." He shut up after that, at least for a while. Eventually, we moved closer to the front. The interview setup was laughable. A cubicle made from tall cardboard dividers pretending to be an office, planted right near the store's entrance. Anyone walking by could watch people being interviewed. It made my skin crawl. But still, I wanted this job. I needed this job. When that guy from the line finished his interview, he walked straight up to me. "Hope you get the job, cutie," he said with a wink. "I'd love to see more of you." I clenched my teeth. If it weren't my turn next, I would have told him off right then and there. I steadied myself and stepped into that flimsy little cubicle. The man across the table slid a stack of paperwork toward me and asked me to fill it out. As I finished and looked up, my stomach turned to ice.
There he was, the guy from the line, outside the glass storefront, watching me. At first, I tried to convince myself I was being paranoid, but then he raised his phone and snapped a photo. His hand down his pants, pressed up against the glass, watching me. The fake walls felt like they were closing in on me. I forced myself to breathe, to keep answering the interviewer's questions, but I kept catching glimpses of him. His face twisted in something between a grin and a leer, groping the window, pretending or not pretending to touch himself. I was no longer just nervous, I was afraid. When the interview ended, I was handed a pamphlet and a grocery store coupon as a thank you. I shook the man's hand, smiled, and turned to leave. I glanced back at the window. The creep was gone. Relief hit me like a wave. I walked through the store and headed for the exit, praying I hadn't blown the interview because of the distraction. But then I saw him. He was outside, leaning casually against the wall like he'd been waiting all along. The moment his eyes locked on mine, I knew this wasn't over. I reached for my keys and positioned them between my knuckles like I had been taught to do since I was a kid. My other hand gripped my phone in my pocket. My path to the car would take me directly past him. As I walked, he joined me. "So, how'd it go?" he said, casually falling into step beside me. I didn't answer, not a word. "You're really too cute to be working here," he murmured. "You know, you could make way more money without even leaving your house. Just go online." My silence only seemed to egg him on. "Oh, playing hard to get, huh?" he said. "Probably smart, because if you open that mouth, I'd be tempted to stick my—" That was it. I spun around and drove my fist, keys still clenched, straight into his throat. He stumbled back, choking. My keys slipped from my hand and hit the pavement, but the hit landed well enough to shut him up. I snatched my keys off the ground and ran. He came after me, screaming insults, vulgar words. I don't even remember half of them. I made it to my car and locked the doors just as he slammed his palms against the driver's side window. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I tried to dial 911. I kept fumbling, my fingers slipping on the screen, but I finally got through. He began pounding on the window again, yelling that I assaulted him. He circled the car, yanking on the door handles, trying to find one that was unlocked. I told the dispatcher where I was, voice trembling. Then he came back to my window and started shouting again, fists hammering the glass. I held up my phone for him to see. 911 was on the line. That's when he froze. His face went ghost white. He looked around, then slowly walked away, like nothing had happened. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher. I told them I thought he was gone. They didn't want to send a patrol car if he had already fled. They took his description, told me they'd check the store's cameras, and talk to the person who interviewed me to see if anyone could ID him. I never heard anything back. To this day, I don't know who that man was. I just know I never saw him again. I kept going to that grocery store now and then. He never showed up, so thankfully he didn't get hired. But sadly, neither did I. I met her during my first and only semester of college. My good friend Jake was dating a girl named Stacy, someone we both knew from high school.
For context, I'm female and was 18 at the time. I'm 34 now. A lot of people didn't like Stacy in high school, and honestly, I was one of them. She was the definition of sketchy, a pathological liar, and not even a convincing one. Her stories constantly contradicted each other, sometimes within the same conversation. She was also one of those people who hated drama, yet it always somehow followed her. She'd go in and out of relationships and go out of her way to make her exes look crazy, spreading rumors and fishing for sympathy. She constantly needed to be the center of attention. I still remember prom night. Her boyfriend accidentally stepped on her foot while dancing, and she caused a huge scene, claiming he was abusing her. It was honestly hard to watch. There's more I could say about her, but in short, she was toxic. No one should have to deal with someone like that. It's also worth mentioning that she had a drug problem, which she tried to hide. That detail becomes important later. So Jake and Stacy ended up in the same college class and started talking. Jake was skeptical at first because of her reputation, but Stacy told him that one of her ex-boyfriends had raped her, and that's why she acted the way she did. She said she was working on herself and doing better. Jake, who was insecure and overly trusting, believed her, and they started dating. The relationship was dysfunctional from the start. Emotional abuse, manipulation, mostly on her part. What stood out most, though, was how often she asked Jake for money. At first, it was small, $10, $20 here and there, and Jake gave in because he felt bad. But one day, she asked for over $500 to pay her rent. Jake refused. She flipped out, ignored him all day, and later that night, drunk called him, crying, confessing she was doing drugs because her life was a mess and he wasn't helping. For some reason, Jake still didn't break up with her. The next day, they talked and made up again. And then things escalated. It was a Friday night around 10:30 p.m. Jake and Stacy had been dating for nearly 2 months. I was at home hanging out with a friend, just chatting. Then Jake called me. Stacy was at a friend's house and had asked Jake to pick her up around midnight since the buses stopped running after 8, and she had work early the next morning. Jake agreed, but as it got closer to midnight, his mom, who had the car, called him and said she was working late. Jake asked if I could drive him instead. I honestly didn't want to, but he was my best friend and had always been there for me, so I said yes. I told him to start walking to my house. He got there about 40 minutes later. My friend had gone home by then. Jake and I got in my car, a gray Subaru WRX STI, and he texted Stacy to let her know we were on our way. She responded with a cold K. We arrived at her friend's house, which was in a rough part of town. The street was poorly lit, and the street light directly in front of the house was out. I refused to park there, so I stopped 3 houses down under a working street light. Jake texted her, "We're here." No response. As we waited, a truck drove by slowly. 4 men were inside, looking around. I figured they were just lost, until they came back around 2 minutes later, even slower this time. One of the guys made direct eye contact with me as they passed. I told Jake that something felt off, and he should call Stacy so we could leave. He called. I could hear the conversation clearly. It was silent outside. Stacy picked up and asked, "Hey, where are you?" "We're down the street. Come outside," Jake said. "I'm looking outside. I don't see your car." "That's because we're in Megan's car. It's a gray Subaru." Right after Jake said that, the call dropped. He stared at his phone, completely confused. I was on high alert now. That truck had circled twice, Stacy was acting weird, and I wasn't about to just sit there like a sitting duck. I pulled out of the parking spot, and just as I did, I heard a loud engine behind us. I looked in the rearview mirror. It was the same truck, speeding up the block. Jake started yelling, "Turn! They're trying to shoot the car!" I looked back. One of the guys was hanging out the truck's window with a gun. I floored it, turned fast, and drove like hell.
I made another left turn, narrowly avoiding a car coming toward us, then slammed the gas. Somehow, I was driving perfectly, despite being terrified. Jake later said I looked calm and focused, but inside, I was panicking. I was afraid we were about to be shot or run off the road. I turned again and sped toward the highway. The truck tried to follow, but when I reached the entrance ramp, they turned down a different street. A few minutes passed as we processed what just happened. Then Jake's phone rang. It was Stacy. He picked up and put it on speaker. "Hello, where are you?" she screamed. He told her what happened, how we were nearly shot. She called him a liar and accused him of standing her up. Jake snapped. He yelled at her, told her she was being insane, and asked her what the hell was going on. That's when things got eerily quiet. We heard a door open, and someone in the background yelled, "They got away! Stacy, where the fuck are you?" Then, silence. She hung up. Jake and I looked at each other, and he said what we were both thinking. She set us up. On the drive home, we put the pieces together. Stacy had likely owed money to a dealer. When Jake refused to give her the $500, she needed another plan. So she told us to come pick her up, probably thinking Jake would be driving his car, not mine. She gave them the wrong vehicle description, which explained the confusion and circling. As soon as Jake told her we were in a different car, she likely called them to update. We believe the plan was to have them rob us, maybe even steal the car to settle her debt. I dropped Jake off and went home, completely emotionally drained. I didn't cry. I didn't even feel scared anymore. I just wanted to go to bed. The next morning, I filed a police report. They said they'd investigate, but I never heard anything after that. On Monday, Jake saw Stacy in class. She came up to him and started yelling, accusing him of abandoning her, and claiming she walked home and got robbed by some drug addicts. Jake called her out. He told her she set us up. She denied it, called him crazy, and stormed to the back of the room. She never spoke to either of us again after that, probably because she knew we were on to her. I dropped out after that semester and never saw her again. Jake later told me she moved to Massachusetts to live with some guy she met online. That was the last either of us heard of her. Looking back, I'm thankful I trusted my instincts. If I hadn't, who knows what might have happened? Maybe they didn't plan to kill us. Maybe they just wanted the car. But in the moment, it felt like life or death. So Stacy and the men in that truck. My life has been peaceful since. Please, for everyone's sake, let's keep it that way.
When I was a teenager, there was this park everyone used to go to on weekends. It was the unofficial meetup spot in my town, just a big open space where around 40 of us would gather and drink whatever cheap alcohol we could get our hands on. Underage drinking was just normal back then. No one really thought twice about it. The park was next to a small pub and a corner shop. Since none of us wanted to squat behind a bush to pee, especially the girls, we'd sneak into the pub to use the toilets. It was a regular thing. We'd act confident, walk in like we belonged, and hope no one would question us. One Friday night, around 9 p.m., I went to the pub alone to use the bathroom. I'd had a few drinks, MD 2020 if I remember right. It was already pitch black outside, and I was definitely tipsy, but nothing out of the ordinary, just the beginning of another weekend. As I came out of the pub, a couple approached me. They looked to be in their early to mid-20s, not old, but definitely not teenagers. They stopped me and asked why I was in the pub, saying I looked a bit too young to be there. I snapped back, saying I was just using the toilet. What's the big deal? But instead of giving me a hard time, they started being nice, overly nice, asking me questions, where I was from, if I came to the park often. The guy told me I was pretty. The woman kept touching my hair, saying it was long and beautiful and that I was lucky to have it.
I remember thinking it was weird, especially the hair touching, but I was drunk, so I brushed it off as them being buzzed and overly friendly. Then the woman said, "Wait here," and the two of them went into the corner shop. I stood there awkwardly. Part of me wanted to leave, but just then a few of my friends came up from the park and were heading my way, so I stayed. When the couple came back out, they handed me a plastic bag filled with stuff. "We got you a few things," they said, smiling. "You deserve them." Inside the bag was a bottle of WKD, a 10-pack of cigarettes, a huge bag of crisps, a Kinder Egg, and a kid's bat and ball set. It was bizarre. I didn't even know what to say. I just muttered a thanks. My friends gathered around, asking who the couple were. That's when the couple gave me a big hug and said, "If you want more, come back next week. Just come on your own." And then they left. My friends and I ended up sharing the snacks and playing with the bat and ball in the dark like idiots. It was funny at the time, but even then, something about the interaction stuck with me. The way they looked at me, the things they said, it was just off. After that night, I kept seeing that couple around, always in the same spot, outside the pub or by the shop. They never approached me again, and I never went up to them. But they were there every weekend, like they were waiting. I remember getting grounded around that time. I don't even remember why, and I wasn't allowed out for about a month. When I finally came back to the park, there was gossip flying around about a girl. No one seemed to know who she was exactly, but the story was eerily familiar. She'd met a couple near the pub, a nice-seeming couple who gave her stuff. Sound familiar? The only difference is, she went off with them. Apparently, one night they offered her a ride home, but they didn't take her home. From what I heard, they threatened her, said they'd tell her parents about the stuff she'd been doing, and then forced her into a threesome. At the time, I didn't even fully understand what that meant. None of us did. But looking back now, as an adult, I know exactly what it was. It was rape. They manipulated her, trapped her, and did something vile to someone too young and too vulnerable to know how to escape. When I heard that story, my stomach dropped. It was like a cold wave washing over me, because that easily could have been me. It almost was me. All the pieces were there. The kindness, the free stuff, the specific instruction to come back alone, their constant presence every weekend. They were planning something, and I just happened to slip through their grasp. I never found out who the girl was. I never saw her. From what people said, she didn't go to our school, and as far as I know, she never reported it. I really hope she's okay. I hope she got help or peace or some kind of closure, because what happened to her has stayed with me all these years, even though I only heard about it secondhand. I'm in my late 40s now. This happened when I was 15. It's been over 30 years, and it still creeps me out, especially now that I understand how calculated it all was. That couple weren't just drunk or weird. They were predators, and they knew exactly what they were doing. I was drunk, alone, and underage, and flattered by the attention, even though some part of me knew it felt wrong. That's what makes it so terrifying. How easy it was for me to let my guard down. This story came back to me recently after reading something online that reminded me of it. I hadn't thought about it in years. But now that I have, it's all I can think about. The bat and ball set, the hug, the hair stroking. I was lucky, that's the truth. Unbelievably lucky that nothing happened to me. And I hope that girl, wherever she is now, got the help she needed. I'm sharing this because I think about how many young girls go through something similar, and how often it gets brushed off as weird or creepy, but not dangerous. I want someone to read this and recognize that feeling, that gut instinct that something's not right, and actually listen to it. I hope those two people were eventually stopped, because I'm certain that girl wasn't their first, and I'm scared she wasn't her last. I wasn't expecting so many responses to my post, and I truly appreciate everyone who took the time to read it. A few people asked where this happened. I hadn't originally mentioned it, but I grew up in Ontario, Canada. The night I'm talking about would have been around 1990. Some commenters mentioned something I hadn't even considered, that the couple I encountered might have been Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka. Together, they were known as the Ken and Barbie Killers. I didn't know that when I first read their names, but then I went down a rabbit hole I wasn't prepared for. The timeline, the location, their behavior as a friendly, attractive couple, it all lined up more than I'm comfortable admitting. They were known to hang around public spaces, near schools and parks. They targeted girls my age, and they did it together. Knowing what I know now makes everything about that night feel darker. Obviously, I can't prove it was them, but it's absolutely possible. And that thought has been sitting heavy on my chest ever since. I guess I really did dodge something much, much worse than I understood at the time.
I dog sit for a family friend when they go out of town. They prefer someone to stay at the house with their dogs. That's where I come in. I grew up in a small town in the middle of nowhere, and I love the countryside. So for me, this is like a mini vacation from city life. Their house is isolated, about 2 hours from my job and 45 minutes from the nearest town or interstate. There's only one neighbor within 5 miles, and he lives directly across the street. I'm used to this setup. It gives you space, but also a sense of safety, knowing at least one person is nearby. Unfortunately, that neighbor makes me feel anything but safe. When I arrived at Terry and Johnny's house, they went over the usual routine: feeding their 2 spoiled Australian cattle dogs, watering the plants, collecting mail, etc. As they were loading their car, Terry said, "Oh, don't forget to tell him about Steve." Johnny laughed and added, "Don't worry about the neighbor across the street. He's harmless. Drinks a lot, a little off, but harmless. He's lost his license so many times he can only get around on a moped." Then Johnny's tone changed. "But just in case, here's where we keep the gun." He showed me a loaded gun in his office. "If you ever need it, you don't have to cock it, just pull the trigger hard." I wasn't too concerned. I mean, we're in the middle of nowhere, and the police would take at least 45 minutes to arrive. It made sense to keep a gun in the house. And besides, I had 2 well-trained dogs who would attack on a single-word command. Terry and Johnny left around 3 p.m. I walked the dogs, played some frisbee with them, and began unpacking. As I came out for a second load, just work clothes and my Xbox, I heard Steve slam his door and start yelling on the phone. At first it was faint, then, "Where the fuck did you go?" The dogs started growling. "Calm down, boys, it's just Steve," I said. "He probably wants privacy." I grabbed my stuff, but then I heard him yell again, "I do care about my kids! Fuck you!" Then he threw something. It was his phone, crashing behind me on the gravel. The dogs lost it, barking, growling, clearly agitated. I turned around and saw Steve standing at the end of the driveway, about 50 feet away, just staring. I told the dogs to calm down and waved to him awkwardly. This is a little weird, I thought, but they said he's harmless. That's when he took a step forward and, in a strange, manipulative tone, asked, "You all right?"
Steve was wearing dirty jeans, work boots, a stained red hoodie, and a red hat with a Confederate flag. His hair was shoulder-length and greasy, and his beard was maybe 5 inches long. "Yeah, I'm good. My name's Dave. Just dog-sitting for Johnny and Terry this week," I replied. I looked down at the dogs. They looked ready to attack. I'd never seen them like this. "And you? You good?" Silence. Then he said again, more firmly, "I'm asking if you're all right. I'm Steve." "Nice to meet you, Steve. Thanks for checking. I'm good. You okay?" Again, silence for almost a full minute. I decided to grab the rest of my stuff and head in. As I bent down, he took another step onto the driveway. The dogs barked again. He said, "I know them dogs. They won't do nothing to me, but there's some damn good dogs." I closed the trunk and turned to say something, but he interrupted me. "Yeah, what?" I was startled, but responded calmly. "I'm going inside now. Thanks again for checking. I've got the dogs this week. Have a good night." He just stood there, watching the house for 10 full minutes. It's worth noting that this house doesn't have a traditional front door, just a side and back door. The front yard is blocked by tall privacy trees, so you can't see anything from the road. To see the doors, you'd have to walk onto the property. By 6 p.m., the sun was starting to set. I was relaxing on the couch, gaming with my headphones on. Suddenly, the dogs went ballistic, barking and growling at the back door. That only happens when someone unfamiliar shows up. I grabbed my knife and went to check. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed tail lights, Steve's moped, parked in the driveway, partially behind my car. He was crouched behind it, watching the house. I made the dogs quiet and watched him through the blinds. He stood still for 5 full minutes, just staring. Then he turned off the moped and crept around my car, peeking in the windows. Thankfully, everything was locked. He didn't try to open anything, but he circled the car multiple times, taking a single step, staring inside, then turning back toward the house, over and over. I texted Terry, "Steve's acting super weird. I'm starting to feel really uncomfortable." She replied, "Call the cops if you feel unsafe. They know him. Remind me to tell you about the time I caught him standing outside our tree at 6 a.m. when I left for work. We think he had a psychotic break." Comforting. Eventually, Steve got back on his moped and sped off. A few minutes later, he returned, now fully visible, standing on the walkway about 30 feet from the house, talking to himself. I had already turned off the lights so he couldn't see in. He took one step closer. I grabbed the gun. The dogs were now fully alert, one at each side of me. At 8:15, I called 911. As I explained the situation, the dispatcher interrupted. "What's your address again?" I told her. "I'm sorry, sir, but you're not in our county. I have to transfer you." Seriously? They knew him, right? But apparently he lived in one county while I was just across the line, in another. So I was transferred, again. While I was on the second call, I looked out the kitchen window. Steve had moved 4 or 5 feet closer. He was now standing maybe 25 feet away. I told the dispatcher I had a gun and would use it if he came in. She advised me to turn on the lights. I told her that would tip him off, but she insisted it was safer. I reluctantly did. Steve noticed the lights. He immediately turned, jumped on his moped, and took off. I told the dispatcher. She asked if I still wanted an officer to come out. Hell yes. She said one was on the way, but it would take a while due to the remote location. I asked if she could stay on the line. She said she had to be available for other emergencies, but to call back if anything else happened. At 9 p.m., the dogs went wild again. I was furious, walking around the house with the gun now clearly visible in case Steve could see me. I didn't see him, but his moped was back. I checked from upstairs and saw him on the back porch lighting matches and throwing them onto the wooden deck. He was muttering, shaking his head, and pacing like he was arguing with someone who wasn't there. I filmed it from the upstairs window, just in case. He stepped up to the door and began knocking, then pounding. My heart was racing. I honestly thought, if he gets in here, it's either him or me. Then suddenly he stopped, turned, and sprinted to his moped, speeding off just as a police cruiser pulled into the driveway. I met the officer outside. The dogs barked once and stayed calm. I told him Steve had just left, and he replied, "Yeah, I think I passed him on the road." I explained everything. He basically shrugged it off and asked, "You staying the night?" "No," I said. "I'll leave the dogs and come back in the morning." He stayed while I packed. I gave the dogs some love, treats, and crated them. The next day, I came back with my dad. He walked the perimeter of the property just to show Steve there was a man staying there now. Steve, wearing the same dirty clothes, holding a 24-pack of Budweiser, stood at the end of the driveway again. But when he saw my dad, he turned and walked back into his house. I later learned Steve had been arrested several times for domestic violence. His kids aren't allowed to see him. No one knows how he gets money. He never works, yet always has beer. He only leaves on his moped or four-wheeler, returns with alcohol, and disappears again. I don't know what he thought I was doing there, but every time he looked at the house, there was nothing but pure malice in his eyes. I'll never know what would have happened if I hadn't called the cops when I did. Now, when a neighbor says hi while I'm dog-sitting, I just say hi back and keep moving.